My friends, welcome back to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that we're about to. Today, we are continuing our playthrough of the Elder Scrolls Chapter 2, Daggerfall. Everybody, my sounds are not working. Of course they're not. One moment. They should be working just fine. Here, let's...
Hey chat, welcome to PlayAnyGoodBooksLately.
Just so you could do that, yes?
We'll do it live. F it.
Nerevar, the Argonians stole my McNuggets. Alright, hopefully that is sounding better, everybody. Hopefully that is sounding better. My god. It has been a week, and it has felt like a month.
It's time to do.
I just want to give a shout out to everybody who has hopped in today, as frankly I didn't know what to expect after leaving Twitch and streaming for a week. Not that our community is a terribly fickle one, but you know, you hear horror stories of people losing people when they take vacations, so I am so happy to see quite literally everybody coming in and showing their support. So Avalon, Brainrot, Dragon, Cody, Dev, Razman, Melly, Malthus is in, Malthus as well. Welcome back, guys. I hope you can't shake me that easily. I'm like a stray dog. Feed me and I'll
Step
stay
up to red
forever.
alert.
Sir, are you absolutely sure? It does mean changing the bulb.
It's been so long. I graduated college, got married, and had my... You can mow like my balls, am I right? Behave.
Welcome, moon and star. Come to me through fire and war.
You were waiting for this.
Come, Nerevar. Come and look upon the heart.
I knew when I left your stream earlier.
Lay down your weapon. It is not
Thank you for giving a shout out to our friend Eternal Arcade.
Come and look upon the heart.
My friends,
Upon the heart.
if you are not already following
I'm a god.
Eternal
How
Arcade,
can
you
you
need
kill a
to
god?
be doing so.
What a grand
He is
and
a
intoxicating
fantastic streamer and someone
I'm a god.
that I am
How
lucky
can you
enough
kill a god?
my friend.
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
No.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
I just realized I needed to add a
Tis
thing.
per sure nonsense. Any old twit can hug the event horizon of a black hole, then loop-to-loop round a spinning singularity at twice the speed of light, then slam the engines into
true.
reverse and blast out of an imploding nebula?
A new hand touches the beacon.
And there we go. We are now set up for the Dagoth wave. And there we go. One of many things. So, Raiders. I've been gone for a week, so you will forgive me for forgetting myself. I was just saying hello to my community when Eternal decided to flick his love spuds onto the barbecue, as we say as fans of Red Dwarf. Eternal, I hope that you had a
Nothing can
fantastic
stand up to his
stream today.
testicular torsion.
Just Jack, welcome in, my friend, and thank everybody so much for the follows.
A new hand touches the beacon.
The audacity of this bitch.
Nerevar, the Argonians stole my McNuggets.
So much is happening right now.
Raiders, welcome into the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and in this community, we focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the conversation of mainstream gaming.
Beware his song about big butts. He beats you up while he plays it.
And as you can see, we have quite a bit of fun. The voice, of course, is me, and you in the community. I do a little bit of voice acting.
Boy, that
Elephant!
quickly.
But, by the way, I'm not sure
really got
what
out of
you
hand
like to be
fast.
called, so if Elephant's okay, please let me know. Welcome into the stream, my friend. It is amazing to have you. Do I have to set chat to slow mode? No, it's all good. The raid is coming
Alright,
in.
fine. Just for the only bucks.
Everybody is showing their support. I'm very happy to be back. I'm very happy to be here. Things are a little bit weird right now due to the fact that we're back after a week, and I implemented a lot of new stuff into the stream. So you will forgive any technical difficulties, any weirdness. As long-standing followers of the channel notice, I've done some renovations. I have used my week off for good. Damn, I needed this. And okay, so now that the raid hype has kind of dissipated somewhat, I would just like to welcome in all the raiders that entered the chat. So Crows, welcome in. Eternal, of course, my friend, welcome in. It is amazing to have you here. Just Jack, welcome in. And I believe that is everybody for the raids. There we go. New BG looks... Yes, so okay. For those of you who are just hopping in, and for those of you who are a part of the community and already know this, I took a week off. I was away with a friend who visited from out of province, and I took time specifically to spend time with him because, frankly speaking, I had not taken meaningful time off from work and ancillary duties for over 3 years. Every time I had taken a week off, 2 weeks off, it had been to care for a loved one after a surgery. It was to take care of tasks around the house. None of it was to do what I wanted to do. So this vacation was the first time in a long time that I took care of me. So for the most part, the phone was shut off, and I was focusing on being in the present moment with my friend. Now, he did leave on Friday, which is where we... It's too clean now. I liked your messy background before. Back when the room was absolutely trashed, Avalon. Back then? Alright. The last 3 days of that vacation were spent in utter grind mode doing this. So I now have acoustic paneling. This is what this is. So this is felt-backed laminate acoustic paneling. So we now have a better acoustic response in the room, which is something that was very important for me as I look to do voiceover work in the future. We're set up with drywall back here. It's not finished yet. I do need to tape and mud, and I need to paint. That is forthcoming. By the way, if you guys have an eye for colors, let me know. Let me know. I don't know what I want to do with this. I'm not sure. I've wanted some of that okay, so Eternal, I cannot praise it highly enough. It's easy to work with. It is... All I had to do was... So it's tongue and groove, essentially. So it overlaps like so. So there's one of the laminate pieces protrudes a little bit, and then the felt protrudes underneath, and they overlap. And it's so easy to work with. Do you know what would look good back there? A neon sign. Okay, so I'm thinking personally, I'm thinking black iron pipe shelving and having a bunch of little figurines right around here. That's what I'm thinking of doing right here. Now here, which is currently occupied with my Oblivion sign, that I could be convinced.
I have my principles, Lister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think
Melly, that supports people!
Melly,
I'm Booga Grabol.
Bween, welcome in.
Buy a goddamn book.
I'm
Right
thinking
away,
you take that
damn it.
Morrowind map and create a... Yes, that is okay, so... God, there's so much...
Marvelous.
There's so much to share. Okay. Now, oh my god, Melly.
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it. I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Anyone who is in the chat, who is present in the chat, please
I'm Booga Grabol,
thank
and I say
Melly
you better buy
for
a
her
goddamn book.
absolutely
Right away, damn it.
immense generosity. Thank you.
I'm Booga Grabol, and I
It
say you
is
better
totally
buy a
fine,
goddamn
Melly,
book.
because I can
Right
do
away,
this.
Damn it.
I can simply do this. And if it keeps sounding off, which I believe it has stopped. Okay, it has stopped. Yes, Melly, I want you to know that this is due in large part to your generosity and the generosity of others who have given bits and gifted subs and subscribed for themselves. That is an absolute fact. I would not be able to do what I've done in the time that I've done.
I have my principles, Lister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think... Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I am gonna turn the sound off here, just so that I can...
Screw the rules, I have money.
Just so that I can continue to speak, because I'm trying really hard to actually share some news with you guys that I've been waiting to share for quite some time now. So my god, I appreciate it so much, guys. No, Bween, I absolutely needed this. I've been working really hard
Melly, that supports people!
To achieve a dream of becoming a full-time content creator. That is something that I realized very early in this process was meant for me. I really enjoy doing this. I enjoy being here. This is a happy place for me. So
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
So yes, everybody who has received any sort of love from gifted subs or anything.
Lister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory?
Are we gonna get to speak about the schedule?
You really think?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. So I will say, please do not in the chat if you're a mod or anything like that, do not get frustrated with all the love that's coming in that is preventing me from getting to the point. People have missed me as much as I have missed them, and I think that is important to recognize. I missed you guys a lot, actually. I missed the stream a lot. and this is an example, this is a sign that you guys have missed me as well. But all that to say,
Nerevar, the Argonians stole my McNuggets.
I do have some announcements. So, the schedule has changed. You will notice, if you follow on the Discord, or if you care to, the True Mantis, welcome into the chat, my friend. I hope you are doing fantastic. I realize you're a first time to the chat and you're probably wanting to see some Daggerfall. The stream has just begun though, and I've taken a week off. So we are taking some time to speak to the community about some schedule changes and some changes to the stream and everything like that. But rest assured, we will be getting to some gameplay. This is a 4-hour stream. We have plenty of time. Yeah. But welcome in and feel free to interact with the chat and hang out. No gaming today, just talking. Well, that depends if you guys continue to pop off like you have been, which, by the way, is doing my heart an immense amount of good. I needed this. This is overwhelming in the best possible way. So, changes to the schedule. I plan to start really leaning into becoming a full-time content creator. And that, unfortunately, will mean YouTube. That will mean Instagram, that will mean TikTok, and not just short-form content from the streams, which I have been doing already. It means leaning into long-form content, which takes time. A lot of time. So I removed a day from the stream.
A new hand touches the beacon.
True Mantis, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. It is massively appreciated. Thank you so much. So the schedule has changed to Monday, Friday, and Saturday. On Monday, we are doing 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., and we are streaming exclusively Daggerfall. On Fridays, we are streaming 6 p.m. to 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we are streaming exclusively Morrowind. We will be getting into Tamriel Rebuilt, so that needs time. Saturday is, and my god, thank you so much for the level 7 hype train, my friends. Let's see what emote we got. We got the raccoon pop emote. I stumbled across the perfect... True Mantis, thank you so much for the praise. I really, really appreciate it. And Razman on YouTube, love the room. I take it your friend is a carpenter by No, he is... This was all me. So prior to becoming a plumber, I was a maintenance technician. So this is all from my previous experience. And Brainrot, thank you for popping in on the YouTube stream as well. Much, much appreciated. So... Saturday is remaining unchanged until we beat the Siege of Avalon. Now, the biggest change to the schedule is going to be this. Every month, the last week of the month on Sunday. Heavy Mana Beast, thank you for checking in. Much appreciated, my friend. Every month, on the last week of the month, we are going to be doing what I am calling the monthly showcase stream. Necro, welcome in. Got a new mixer or... Excellent. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the shout, Dev. Thank you very much. Necro, I did. So, the monthly showcase stream is to make sure that we are truly accomplishing our goal of giving a voice to the voiceless games, making sure that we are giving attention to games that need it. And I came to a realization talking to some friends of mine and some of the mods about expectations on a lot of the games that we play. So Tamriel Rebuilt for Morrowind is massive. That is not something that we are going to be beating like that. Daggerfall is massive. It is not a game that we will be beating quickly. Siege of Avalon. I've been streaming Siege of Avalon since the beginning of the stream in January of this year. Which is crazy to think. I've only been streaming 7 months. That's wild. But we play story-driven games that are very long in this channel. So I wanted to ensure that we took time to pay attention to other games. So the monthly showcase stream on Sunday, the last week of the month, is going to be an 8-hour stream. We are going to be playing a single game chosen by the community for 8 hours every month. And then, eventually, as we beat games, we will be rotating using the monthly showcase. So we will vote on the showcase, and then we will vote on what showcase will go into the standard rotation for the week. So if Daggerfall's beaten, if Morrowind's beaten, if Siege of Avalon is beaten, which they will be eventually, that's going to leave a spot. And you guys will get to decide what fills that spot so that we can ensure we are truly giving a voice to the voiceless games, making sure that the games that content creators are not paying attention to get paid attention to. I am the streamer who will make sure that content... Can you please say you Enwa in your best Dunmer voice? I'm trying to convince my friend you're the goat.
Perhaps instead of saying you Enwa, I can say something using the Dunmer voice, an entire sentence perhaps. Or perhaps I can just say, you Enwa.
I do my best. I am not a professional voice actor, but I do what I can. So that, for those of you who are uninitiated into the ways of the Elder Scrolls, is a Vardenfell Dunmer who has spent his entire life inhaling ash. Yeah, voiceless games like Elder Scrolls. Hey, Daggerfall? That is not a popular game, my friend. Just putting that out there. Dunmer are chain smokers, confirmed. I thought for sure you'd been streaming longer than 7 months. Oh, sorry, one moment. Just based off impressions from streams, you give off the vibe of a seasoned streamer. I appreciate that, Brain. Like, I appreciate the praise a lot. So basically, the trick to voicing Dunmer is to smoke 8 packs a day. Well, I'm not a smoker. So, you tell me. Daggerfall is my favorite Elder Scrolls, odd though, seeing as I started with Skyrim. So, True Mantis, this is something that's interesting about Daggerfall. I'll just give a moment to what you said, as you're new here, so a little bit of preferential treatment. Daggerfall is a game, I would say very similar to Morrowind, where it does not click at first. You spend much of your introduction to the game being very, very frustrated. And then you hit a moment where it just clicks. And you can do nothing but play Daggerfall. You can do nothing but play the game, because you're obsessed. And that's the point where I'm at with Daggerfall now, which is why it remained, in spite of schedule changes, it has remained in rotation, because I absolutely love this game. Or being some, yeah, exactly. The only Elder Scrolls game I've ever tried to play is Skyrim, and I got lost right after leaving the first town. I was supposed to follow a path. There were signs, and yet I still got lost. Especially when you add survive. Yeah, and Daggerfall is one of the games where I think mods are a good idea. It really changes the nature of the game without molesting the intention that the developers had when the game was released. I really, really enjoy that about it. Okay, so more announcements. So that is the schedule. So Monday, Friday, Saturday. So 4 hours, 2 6-hour streams. And then once a month, we do an 8-hour stream for a showcase on a community-voted game. The first of which is going to be, just due to overwhelming asks for it, it's going to be Myst. I used my power of veto for the first showcase. We're going to be playing Myst. So at the end of August, we will be playing Myst. Can we have a drink for Julian LeFay, the creator of The Elder Scrolls, who has passed away? So, yes, absolutely. My friends, to Julian LeFay, the father of The Elder Scrolls, without whom we would not have what we have today. Thank you, Julian. I know that you can hear us somewhere. What you have created lives on and has provided immense value to many communities on the internet. So, my friends, cheers. Thank you for that, Dragon. And, of course, another sad loss was Ozzy Osbourne. We talked about this a little bit on the Discord, so I would just, while we're in the mood, Ozzy, the music lives on, my friend. Cheers. Gone, but never forgotten. Fun fact, he and a few others were yes, I know, the Wayward Realms looked really, really good. It looked really good. And now I am beginning to question what'll happen to that game. And I hope that it is seen through to completion. I really do. Yeah, I definitely so. So, to move on, not that I want to move on quickly from that, but I do have some other things that I would like to bring up. So we had some members of the community that okay, so I have been wrestling with my comfort level on donations and merchandise and things like that for quite some time. And I realized that if I'm going to become, Bed, welcome in. If I'm going to become a full-time content creator, I need to become comfortable with generosity from the community. Because without that, I have nothing. Quite literally. I would lose the ability to do this if I quit my job. Not a new room, it's the old room, but we fixed her up. Okay, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to head off to bed now. Yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, raiders, anyone in the community, if you're staying up really, really late, take care of yourself. You come first. I am an entertainer and a pillar of community should you require it. But you come first. You are what is important. So take care of yourselves, my friends. Thank you, Bed. Thank you. It's still not done. I still need to figure out paint colors and there's work to be done yet, but we will get there. So I have opened up a coffee page for direct donation. So if you would like to support me in a way that does not involve paying the piper, we're looking at you, Jeff, then you can head over to my coffee page. !coffee will pull up a bot link in the chat that can take you to the donations page. And for the merch page, So it's spelled coffee. So at the bottom, right around here by the books, that is how you spell it. Exclamation point coffee. And I did not choose that particular application due to the fact I was a coffee addict. That is a happy coincidence. But if you would like to support the channel directly, you can use that link and support me as you wish. I don't think I have a minimum. I'll have to check on that, but if there is a minimum, just let me know. I will get rid of it. If you want to donate a cent, that's perfectly okay with me. Not that that makes much sense, but just to get the point across. Any support is much appreciated, and it will go directly into getting the content better, improving the room, better cameras, better microphones, allowing me to do better videos, basically, because I will be planning on doing long-form YouTube content as well. We also have a merch store. So, Dev asked about a plushie. The plushie is the one thing that I have not requisitioned because it has a order minimum. I need to be ordering a certain number. I think I have to order 300 is the minimum for a custom designed plushie. So I would need to know that a lot of people really want that plushie. But as of right now, there is a toque, there is a men's and a women's t-shirt, and there is a coffee mug that is available. I believe I have the link, so exclamation point merch. And there's the link to my Fourth Wall merch shop. So if you guys like my logo, for example, it's on everything. So if you'd like a shirt with my logo on it, if you'd like a hat with my logo on it, if you would like a coffee mug with my logo on it, it is now available for purchase. Again, I am still kind of fighting with pricing and what I don't know what anything is worth anymore. I haven't bought clothes in forever. So if you guys are finding that the pricing is prohibitive to you guys contributing to that, then let me know. And by the way, Fourth Wall is I believe it's an American company, so it will be difficult to ship to the UK and stuff like that without added cost. So again, if you guys if there's any friction at all, DM me. I'm very new to this. So if you guys need to, it seems the smallest shirt in men's is 25 USD and the largest yeah, and that is USD. And yes, Fourth Wall does allow you to donate. So if you guys would like to enter, exclamation point enter will allow you to enter to win the logo beanie that Melly, you've got 1 minute. You have to enter to get that gift. So if you guys would like a toque, please exclamation point enter. If you win, you just have to click the link and it will take you to the page and then you put in your information. That's all you have to do. So anyways, that goes over. And Mullet Balls, welcome in, my friend. It is amazing to have you here. I hope that you are having a good day. I'm sorry if this is a little long-winded or if you're expecting some Daggerfall right now. I'm just giving a bunch of news to the community. I've been gone for a week, so there's been lots of progress. Dragon, enjoy the beanie, my friend. And I wonder if I can make that longer. I am going to, one moment, I am going to go to Fourth Wall, because I would like that to last. It's not Dagoth Urgent, take your time. I do want to go to fourth wall and just see if I can finagle with that. So we've got... Okay, so how does this work? So we've got apps, Twitch gifting. So let's do... How long is 3? 3 times 6, so let's do 3 minutes for the next one. Okay, so the next one is going to be 3 minutes. So it's going to be a little less insane. I apologize for that. Okay, so there was a timer and I can change it. Okay, so we've gone over the schedule. We've gone over the coffee support. So again, if you would like to directly support the channel without paying the piper, coffee is the way that you're going to be doing that going forward. And again, that is not required. It's just many members of the community asked about other ways to support. So this is me trying to provide that. So then the merch store. So obviously exclamation point merch if you want the link. You can go over to fourth wall. You can even gift so that people can we enter a giveaway just like we just had. So very, very happy that Melly gave an example in real time. I appreciate all the giving today, by the way. It's overwhelming in the best way. I really, really appreciate you guys. Also, coffee allows me to put forth some goals for the channel as well. One of the goals that I have put forth, if you guys would like to contribute, is this chair has served me since 2019. This chair it's been through the ringer. Pardon me. And it's losing its supportiveness. As I look to do 8-hour streams and possibly even longer in the future, I'm gonna need a better chair. So I have set up a fund on coffee for... Alright, if you guys want a logo mug, exclamation point enter. Melly, thank you so much. I will remind you that you have a mortgage. Thank you so much for the support, though. So yeah, if you would like a Play Any Good Books mug, please do not hesitate to enter. Pro tip, don't buy gaming chairs from Walmart, they break fast. Yes, so the chair that I've chosen, and this is why I'm saying if you would like... You could have tea in it. And by the way, if anyone has any recommendations on the kind of merch they would like to see, hashtag suggestion box in the Discord page. You can recommend if you want to have a shaker cup, if you want to have a water bottle, whatever you want, let me know. Where was I? Yes, so the chair. I have chosen a rather expensive chair because I know it's good and it will last basically the rest of my natural life. The chair itself is extremely expensive, so I'm not asking for the community to pay for the chair outright. I'm merely asking for a portion of the chair to be covered by, well, if you see fit, you can help cover a portion of the chair, is I guess what I'm saying. But that is going to be... Couracious, welcome into the chat, my friend. Okay, so the EU delivery price seems really low. Oh, it does. That is very good to hear. I'm glad that the delivery fee is not hellacious. I was really, really worried about that. More of y'all better enter. No, it's all good. Anyone who wants the merch can get the merch. But with that said, if you would like, I think some of the products are also made in the E. Yeah, so I think Fourth Wall is getting better with their shipping, for sure. I got my, Squish, who is another friend of the stream. She uses Fourth Wall as well. And I got a bunch of buttons from her. That is her lovely logo. I love this thing. Books, you beautiful fellow. Sorry, I was picking up. Harold, never apologize. Happy wife, happy life, after all. So that is Squish's logo right there. So Avalon, enjoy the logo mug. I'm very happy that you won the mug. I'd be happy if anyone won anything, but Avalon has been a very avid supporter of the channel. In particular, Siege of Avalon, which is one of my favorite CRPGs, and he just shows up every single stream, as many of you do, but he's been very, very supportive, and it's much, much appreciated. So, I'm happy that he now has a mug to commemorate his support of the channel. And everybody, please, lots of love emotes, hype emotes, and thank yous to Melly, who has been absolutely popping off on this return stream that we are having today. Thank you, Melly. Your support means the world. But you have a mortgage, so please make sure that you can afford what you're doing. That's all I ask. And if I know that, all the better. Okay, so just to go over all of the points that I'm making, and by the way, I have to... I'm going through notes, guys. Like, I had so much to talk about this stream that it's been absolutely insane. I fear her, she is the space. All wives are the space ninja. Thank you, Eternal. So yeah, so we went over the new chair goal for coffee. Again, not an obligatory thing. It's just if you want a particular goal that you are funding, coffee allows me to do that. If you would like to just donate randomly, you can also do that as well. But there's now on the coffee page, there's a specific goal there. And now for something that I want to be adding to every stream going forward, which is what to call it? It's not a lesson of the day. It's more of something that has had impact on me on a given day prior to the stream happening. And this one is shout out to our friend, A New Page Read. I'm not sure what you mean, Dragon. Absolutely, it's been amazing to see Books' channel grow. As I've told him, he's in his element, and I really would love to see him achieve his goals. I appreciate that, Millie. I really do, because I definitely feel that this is what I'm meant to do. I believe that. Like, fundamentally in my core, I believe that I'm meant to not just be a content creator, but to be a content creator for this community and for this purpose. I feel genuinely that this is what I am here on this earth to do. And that sounds weird because really I'm just a man in front of a camera playing video games, but I would like to think that we have there's a lot more to this than that. I believe that. Oh, I meant that as a sort of pun. Okay, I didn't know what to call it. Yeah. But, so, the point of impact that I'm going to share with you all for this stream was a video that Eternal shared with me today. And I think it was very poignant for me, especially as I have returned from a week away from the stream. And while it was painful to be away from the stream, these things provide a very fundamental sort of perspective. It makes you stop and think about what's important. Because you've got nothing, like, you're on vacation, what else are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna watch TV, you're gonna sleep in, and you're gonna think. And that's what I did. And his video, I'm going to summarize. I don't think I'll share the video itself, but do not get so fixated on your end goal that you forget to enjoy where you are in the present moment. And it reminded me of something that my dad would tell me every time he would return from a military deployment. He'd be gone for 6 months to a year. During one of the most important eras of my formative years, my dad was gone most of the time. He was overseas fighting. And he would come back, and through a lot of resentment, I really resented him for leaving. And for all the moving that his career made us do, and the frustrations that came from all of that. And he would smile at me. And he would say, "Son, these are the good old days." And he meant that. Be here. Because these are the good old days. This is where you are meant to be. Be present. The future, the past, they are what they are. And it will be what it will be. Work hard. Be diligent in your goals. But be here. Be present. Be in the moment. Because these are the good old days. I didn't expect to have this hit so close to home with my dad. We're here to support the whole way through. Brothers from... yeah. And that is what I mean when I say this channel is more than just a guy sitting in front of a camera playing a video game. There's stuff I can say. And there's things that I can do that will have a benefit on people's lives. And that is... Mickey, welcome in. Welcome in. That is the... one of the main goals. Of course, I want to be here to give a voice to the voiceless games, to make sure that we preserve history in our own little way. But I also want to be... Thank you, Mickey. Yeah, I worked very hard on it, yeah. I'm super, super happy with it. The wall still needs painting, by the way. If you have color recommendations, let me know. But there's... And by the way, it's not just me. that can do this. You guys are a fundamental part of this community as well. You are here, and your words can have impact the same way mine does. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the insanely warm welcomes after a week away. And I'm overwhelmed with joy and love and appreciation for all of the support that each and every one of you provide this channel. And my friends, with my ridiculous shaker mug, I say, pick up a glass. Here is to you, the game library, my community. You are so appreciated, my friends. Here's to you. Cheers. Now, with that, we do have ads dropping in about 5 minutes. So, I think I have been... I've been gabbing at you guys for the better part of an hour. So, let's get gaming. Alright, so last we were here, we entered a bit of a funky situation. I do say ads, yes. Unfortunately, we do 3 minutes of ads every hour, on the hour, to avoid pre-rolls, to allow you guys to not have to suffer with all the ridiculousness of pre-roll ads. Because they suck. We hate them. Now, okay, so.
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Melly, melly, melly.
I have my principles, Lister.
It's much
You
appreciated.
think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think... Okay, I'll do it.
Now, what ended up happening to us here...
Melly, that supports people!
Buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh dear.
I have my principles,
Melly,
Lister.
you're never done.
You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think... Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, so, before ads drop, we are in a bit of a situation. So we are at the Castle of Sentinel right now. We received a letter from one of the princes.
And I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Harold.
Melly, that supports people!
Thank you so much for...
I have my principles, Lister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think... Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very, very appreciated, my friends. Yes, I hope that you enjoy. Okay, so now, okay, before ads drop. Or I can just be killed. Unfortunately, I must leave just as we get into the games. It's great to see your face again, and the upgrades look fantastic. Onwards and upwards. Live in the moment. Good night, everyone. Eternal, thank you so much for the raid. Could I get one of the mods to give another shout out to the Eternal Arcade? My friend, thank you so much for everything you do, all the contributions. It means the world to me, my friend, so thank you, and have a good night. Okay, so as I was gonna say, we've gotten ourselves kind of stuck. So, we are in Castle Sentinel. I need a place to sit down. Okay, so we are in Castle Sentinel right now. And we found this massive network of dungeons that are attached to the castle. Now, I don't feel, and obviously the way the guards just behaved, we're not supposed to be here. Oh, exclamation point SO. SO. Where was I? Yes. Okay, so I don't think I was supposed to be here. Necro, welcome back. I don't think I was supposed to be here. So, I might have to revert back to an old save so that I can basically find out where I'll go. One day I'll play with Funside. What did, oh, I forget who, was it Jin Yara? Jin said that the community back in the 90s with these dungeons, they described it as chthonic lovemaking models, which basically means it looks like two squids porking. Okay, now when ads drop, I will take a little bit of a break. I do want to top off some water and just, I had a lot of emotions at the end of a lot of that ranting, so I am going to take a bit of a breather. Jellyfish orgy, yeah, exactly. But, yeah, yes, I have a full-time job, so I don't have time to spend 5 hours in a dungeon, sadly. Yeah, and honestly, we make good time in these dungeons. Daggerfall Unity allows you to make the dungeons smaller. They give you an option for that, but I do remember that joke. Yeah, so this makes it a little bit more bite-sized and reasonable. Okay, so I know due to Melly, most of you have subs now. However, I'm just gonna take a break, I'm gonna unwind a little bit, and then we will get back into the dungeons. I'll be right back. By the way, you guys are gonna have to let me know if that transition is extremely loud. I don't think I can change the volume, so I'll have to, like, mess with the file otherwise. Let's just see, I don't wanna miss anything. Yes, fancy transition. So, I commissioned an artist, finally, and got a lot of the new artwork done, got the new transitions done, got the new alerts done. I hope you guys are as happy with them as I am. I am very, very pleased with them, and although the art with the dogs and everything is not necessarily reflective of the intent of the channel, which is to give a voice to the voiceless games, it is reflective of me. I love my dogs, I love my books, I love my cozy chairs. So, that inspired that art. The phone bill was exceptionally high. Man called a family meeting to discuss the matter. Dad, this is unacceptable. I don't use the house phone. I use my work phone. Mom, me too. I use the company phone. I hardly use the phone at home. Son, I use my office mobile. I never use the home phone. All of them, shocked, turned at the maid, who was patiently listening to them all this time. What? So we all use our work phones. What is the big deal? It wasn't that loud, but the caffeine I consume has me a bit wired. That's fair. Okay, so Daggerfall aficionados. I feel like I'm stuck. I feel like I have to do something about this. So we have explored much of this and we have slain many a beast in this dungeon. But now the guards attack us whenever we re-enter the castle. So, I am getting the feeling that I'm going to have to revert back to a previous save prior to coming to Sentinel, so that doesn't happen. And if I am to go to this dungeon, I need to acquire the quest that bids I do so. Because as of right now, I feel like I just happened upon, and I did, just happen upon this through my nosiness and exploration. So, of course, I could maybe... They don't even try to arrest me, they just attack me. Here, watch. Also, I am not...
Alright, fine, just for the only bucks.
Oh, by the way, if anyone is new to the community, we have quite a few channel rewards with your channel points. One of them is called Books Quotes, and that is me. I do a lot of voice acting, and we get up to a lot of bamboozling in this chat. So that is a randomizer with a bunch of different quotes of mine. So if you want to just get a quick laugh, that is always there for you. Still waiting for my only books to link. Tremantis loves his silly Skeletor. Now, I want to see here.
Well, the moon and star come to me through fire.
You guys know what to do.
Oh, oh, come nearer, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down
hi.
your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh.
I'm going to collapse from exhaustion again.
Upon my heart. Oh, oh, oh.
We're breaking the law, chat.
How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Shame on you, sweet Daggerfall.
I'm a god.
Oh, okay.
I'm a god.
I really piss people off.
Moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, come nearer, come and look upon my heart, upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapon. It is not too late for of my mercy.
How can I think when I'm too busy jamming?
Look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
I'm not sure I want the answer to that joke.
Kill a god. Shame on you, sweet Daggerfall.
I don't know. The Prince of Shark.
I'm a god.
Beat too good for it was too good. It's too damn good. The beat is too damn high. Okay. Ooh. Wait. So that is 7/16/52. Oh, that's way too far back. Since they aren't arresting you, I feel like you can't sprint past them or load a previous save. Would you consider... I would. This is prior to me going to Sentinel, though. Oh, wait. So that's Sun's Dawn. There's Sun's Dusk. I really need to get, like, a Tamrielic calendar right here that tells me, like, it's a cheat sheet for the days and everything else. I'm gonna... Well, we still have the save we can go back to, so I'm gonna do that. Now let's... Okay, so I am in Daggerfall. Attention, butts. That is all.
Until we meet again.
Okay. I got you the calendar, check Discord, perfect. I'll just have to print it now. Okay. Now I just have to remember. Did you do anything major? No, I didn't. All I did was I went to Sentinel and I did that dungeon. Now I just need to assess... Ah, here we go. Okay, so we got through Syndas's quest. So I'm pretty sure we can just head straight to Sentinel, but let's check for the letter. Letter, Castle Sentinel. Greetings and salutations. I hope your trip was uneventful. They say that you're keenly interested in the haunting of Daggerfall. My father and King Lysandus were somewhat close. Should you come visit me, I might be able to shed some light upon recent events involving Lysandus. We've broken him. Dragon has been broken. He has now had a nice coffee. Yes! Birds here just blow up mid-flight. You know, oh my god, okay, you and Dragon will get along great. You and Dragon will get along great, True Mantis. He too loves Daggerfall for the bank fraud. Tax dodging? Say less. Now. V. And then we will find... Ooh, caps lock. Sentinel. Let us go. Okay, so just head forward. Okay, so we'll have to head to Castle Sentinel, and then I need to be a lot more inquisitive. Less nosy. More inquisitive. I need to look for answers. with words. I remember playing Witcher 3 and getting interrogated by the tax officer. I was like, dang, gotta deal with the IRS in video games too.
I don't care who the IRS sends, I am not paying taxes.
Well, I'm a Canadian, so I have to deal with CRA. Different struggles. Okay, so I did not read that out because we've experienced that several times now. By the way, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I posted new art. Yes, the new Witcher book is coming out, and I'm super, super stoked about that. I also had some personal news. So for the background here, I have bought Masterpiece Classic Edition prints of 3 of my favorite, or sorry, no, 4 of my favorite books. The Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Bram Stoker's Dracula, the what is it the portrait? I believe it's the Portrait of Dorian Gray. And what was the other one? No, it was Masterpiece Classic Prints. So it's an edition. It's a hardcover, and it's got like an old-fashioned art, kind of like old books. You know, if you ever find something that was printed in like the late 1800s, early 1900s, that kind of style, that's what those books look like. They're very, very nice. And they're literally just going to be shelf pieces. I might read Frankenstein because I don't have a cheaper version of that, but all the other ones I have cheaper versions that I will destroy with my hands. But in the backdrop there, because I do plan eventually on setting up some shelving back here, so I think it'll go back there. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the art with the new hardcover for the book, but it just doesn't follow the art style of the others from the same manufacturer. It's cool seeing Geralt as a young wolf, though. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I think that there is a kind of... I don't want to say negativity, but with established franchises, you are burdened by expectation. And The Witcher, Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, any legacy franchise at this point, a lot of the fan base has an expectation of what art style they want for the cover of the book, what story they want for the movie, what voice actor they want for the video game, this, that, and the other thing. And I count myself as one of the people that struggles with a lot of the modern offerings with video games and everything else. One thing that I will say is start from a baseline of openness and then just be prepared to be disappointed. I think that is the best way to be. Be open to being proven wrong, but expect to be proven right, I think is a good way to put that. And in that... Okay, and the reason I say this is because to create long-form YouTube content, I'm going to have to start playing games that I don't want to play so that I can study them. So, for example, Dragon Age Veilguard, I don't want to give BioWare my money. I don't want to buy that game. I know what the plot points are. I know what I need to know about the game. And right, but okay, so I had a very good idea. And by the way, you guys can steal this because I think it's a good idea. One of my main suppositions as a streamer, as a content creator, is that the stories of these older games are better written. That's not 100% of the time, but as a general rule, I think that older games have better stories. And to prove that, I had an idea. Put your money where your mouth is. Go beat for beat, plot point for plot point. Is the story of a game like, say, Dragon Age Origins superior to the story of a game like, say, Dragon Age Veilguard? But in order for me to truly be educated about every facet of the story, I have to research the story. I have to play the game. And I think playing the game and experiencing the story as the developer intended is the best way to do that, instead of just, you know, reading about it from someone else's perspective. 2 more hours at work? Hey, I always say, look at the positive. You've got a job. And that's not to diminish the frustration. That is just perspective can help. Whenever I'm having a really bad day as a plumber, which is my day job, I always sit there and say, oh, this day really sucks, but it sucks less than not being employed. And as little as that does help, it does help. Okay, now, let's think about this for a sec. I'm gonna read the book regardless, as I've already, yeah, exactly, yep. Oh no, I agree with your assessment of the art style, yep. Now, he is not the prince I need. The prince I need... Ooh, 7 days. So, Trumantis, if you don't mind me being a little nosy, what do you do? What do you do for work? Now, what do I want to do next? I want to figure out what prince I need to speak to. I work for Lowe's Home Improvement. Ah, so you have to deal with me. You have to deal with me when the job's going wrong and I fix things. It's cool seeing Geralt as a young wolf. He looks like a fry cook held a gun pointed down. Ah, so eloquent with your words, dragon. Well, on behalf of other tradespeople, I do apologize, because sometimes we can be a little bit cranky. Okay, so Prince Lotun. And this is Prince Greklith. I find it odd that I can just walk right up to the prince. Okay, so that's from the dungeon, for sure. Where is... I can't ask about any people. Will the queen speak to me? Nothing there. Alright, let's ask about news. Politely, of course. We are Syvaris II, a high elf. We are an Altmer. Very prim and very proper. Somehow the queen looks better than the... Hail to thee. Please disseminate a little news, will you? Dragentail and Summoners of Dibella hate each other. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody didn't end up dead because of it. Yeah, I feel bad when they get mad when I can't identify the item. So, sorry, pardon me, I lost my place. I feel bad when they get mad when I can't identify an item so they know what to buy. I'm just like, I just stock shelves. They don't teach us every item. Well, and a lot of trades guys come from an era where the warehouse staff knew everything. They knew exactly where to go, exactly what the tradesmen needed. It was a very different kind of job when they were starting out. My dad used to work at Canadian Tire, is one of the big retailers in Canada. They used to be focused pretty much solely on like yard works and automotive. And my dad reminisces often about how professional the warehouse staff had to be in order to serve mechanics properly, and in order to serve laymen properly, because laymen don't know what they want, which is worse. A layman is worse than a professional because they don't know what they want. And that means they're going to come back, there's going to be returns, it's going to be a whole rigmarole. And he said it used to be a lot easier to find parts for whatever the hell you needed, because everything was stocked. And now it's kind of, you stock what'll sell, and then everything else is special order, which is one of the big things that ticks a lot of people off. Do keep in mind that it isn't like, oh, this book wasn't unexpected, because of the events that his book will center on have been referenced in either The Last Wish or Sword of Destiny. So we're going to get an egotistical teenager who's got cool Witcher skills and shit. And I'm looking very forward to... I'm looking very forward to Sapkowski's rendition of a young Geralt. An inexperienced Geralt. I think that'll be really cool. Dang it. Okay. Let's talk to Prince Greglith. Any news? Salutations, Prince Greglith. You haven't heard anything interesting lately, have you? Summoners of Arcay, Dwynnin, and Dwynnin hate each other. Okay. Why does he want to tell me about alchemists? Now, this is where I have to be careful, because this way is to the dungeon, I believe. Actually, I need to be... Save our game. So we gotta save now. So it's just a random room. I'm curious too, I've actually been so excited about it. I've been reading the whole series again, and I'm already at Baptism of Fire after just a few weeks. Yeah, I need to read more Witcher. I have all the books up to recent, but I don't have the nice prints that you have. That is the one sad thing for me. Okay. Tustar. When do we get to skewer a jester? Not anytime soon. That's not Syvars's style. Well, perhaps if he was a peasant. Perhaps then. Lactim has ascended to the throne, and is the new lord. Long may Lactim rule over us, Sibaiades. Interesting. No information about the prince, though. Rorum. They found poor Blorsi with 2 puncture wounds in the neck. Not a drop of blood was left in the body. Interesting. I'm gonna copy that to the...
Oh, Master Roshi.
No one's giving me any good news here. Okay, let's think about this. We need to speak to a prince. He told us to come to Sentinel in particular. And the only area of the castle that we have not been... Well, let's go back down. Let's see if I'm simply missing something. Bushi. I wonder what Bushi's job is. Tze? Shiverxi? Interesting. Okay, nothing of import so far. Bushi is looking busy. Bushi's a busy man. He doesn't have time for Savar's shenanigans. Let's see if the prince is perhaps down here. Lord Vosik. Lady Northbridge. Circur. We are looking for Prince Lotun. Krejin? Alright, we have man-slaves. Berka? Ah, there you are, Prince Lotun. Welcome to Sentinel, Saivaris. I guess you must have received my letter. I know some things about Lysandus and why he might be haunting Daggerfall. But before I tell you, you have to promise to do something for me first. Is that all right? You will? Thank Arcay. You see, I used to have an older brother, 10 or 11 years older than me, named Siafil. Whenever I ask what happened to him, I'm told a different story. Some say he got sick and died. Some say he was kidnapped by the Underking. I want to know the truth. If you can find some proof of what really happened to him, I'll tell you all I know about King Lysandus. Excellent. Okay. So now we can start asking questions. A snake charmer and a prostitute in one building next to a guard. Might as well sit down and smoke a joint here. Okay, now I think we're gonna have some stuff to talk about with the lady of the court. Why can't I speak to you anymore? Ah, now the queen won't speak to me. Interesting. I'm going to have to speak to someone. I want to confirm that dungeon is where I need to go. What about you, Boucher? You look like a learned man. Seafil. Hail, stranger. Enlighten me on the subject of Seafil. By the Dwarf King, just what I need. What? Ask someone else, Cybarus. I'm running late myself. Okay, well, the Queen won't speak to us. Lord Vosik. Ah, the lords won't speak to me. Fair day to thee. I would appreciate some information about Seafil. I honestly don't know what untimely you're talking about. I will never stop being amazed by how much graphics in video games changed in the 90s and early 2000s. We went from fake 3D graphics in 1996 to fully 3D rendered games in just 2 years. It feels like barely nothing improves in the span of 2 years. In video games, it's Yeah. Well, okay, so, but I think you bring up a good point. And it's an important one. And it is progress. Video games from... So, in the 90s, mid-90s onward, you entered an era of exponential growth. The amount of change that was occurring was insane. So much was happening. New hardware and software was coming out almost every single month, it seemed. We were improving constantly. And we have reached a point now where we are improving. However, the improvements are so indiscernible from baseline, because baseline is so bloody good that we can't really thresh the wheat out from the chaff, as it were. It was very obvious back then. It was very obvious the difference between a game like Daggerfall and a game like Half-Life. It's not so obvious the difference between a game like, shall we say, Clair Obscur and Ghost of Yote. Excellent games in their own right, excellent fidelity in its own right, but the differences are almost indiscernible. One game might actually have marginally better graphics, but you would never know. And I think we're not really going to... We're going to end up in an era where going back is going to be going forward. Because with modern fidelity, you're losing something, right? Modern fidelity, as good as it is, really gives the developer an excuse not to sink as much time into art style. The beauty of old games like Final Fantasy VI, of Siege of Avalon, of Diablo, pre-drawn backgrounds. The developer had to actually think about what they wanted the environment to look like very, very thoroughly. And I think that the emphasis on fidelity now while a lot of games have a good direction with art style, you're losing the artistry. You're losing the finesse of world creation that a lot of these older games had by virtue of the fact that the developer had to sit around and think about it a lot. We should all just come to terms with old school RuneScape is the perfect game and we don't need anything else. Pretty sure computers were improving extremely fast in the 90s. Like, you could get a high-end PC in early 1995, and by 96 and 97, that PC is mid-range or possibly low-end. My PC is pretty mid-range, and it's from 2015, which is 10 years ago. Also, they remove actual deep story elements influenced by what's on the screen with, ooh, pretty graphics. And I think this is why Clair Obscur was an extremely pivotal game for a lot of people, because it used a lot of those conventional, I'm gonna say JRPG tropes of really intelligent world building, but they used it within the three-dimensional fidelity space. I do want to see a resurgence of, so we've had a resurgence of the boomer shooter. I would really like to see a resurgence of old school JRPG and CRPG. I would really love to see a resurgence of that. Again, because it makes you think about the game world in a very profound way. Why is that building there? Like, we're spending money on an artist to draw that building in the background. Why is it there? Is that going to be an in-game environment where the player character can walk in and hang out and talk to NPCs? Or is it not? Those are conversations that you have to have, whereas if you're in a, let's just use Daggerfall as an example. This game was coming out when all those amazing games like Final Fantasy VI were coming out. Procedural generation gives you a cop-out a lot of the time. Because, ooh, look at this massive world we've given you. That massive world doesn't matter when there's nothing in it. I get more world building and immersion from a pre-rendered background in Final Fantasy or Siege of Avalon than I do in almost the entire game world provided to me in Daggerfall. It is an incredible feat that they were able to do such a massive game world. I'm not taking that away from Bethesda, but you do have to concede that there's nothing in it. And procedural generation games of today have the same issue that Daggerfall had way back in the day. It's not a problem that's going away. It is something that we are still struggling with now, which kind of proves my point. When you've got these pre-rendered environments, the world building can be, and often is, superior. My man! Rainlight, welcome in. I hope you're having an amazing night, my friend. It's good to be back. It's good to see you. I hope you are doing awesome. And by the way, Ben, I got so caught up in what you had said that I forgot to welcome you in. Ben, welcome back in. I lament that you missed the start of the stream. We had a very, very deep, good conversation about changes coming in the channel and everything like that. But nevertheless, I am very happy to see you. And God, dude, it is good to be back. It is good to be back. Now, I did miss something. Oh, okay, yeah. Gaming technology will definitely improve with time. Star Trek holodecks aren't quite as far-fetched anymore. Yeah, I am fully cognizant of the fact that we probably will end up with full dive immersion gear at some point in my lifetime. You know, Oculus Rift is going to get more and more immersive. Now, okay, I'm gonna read out a couple more points from chat, and then I'm gonna address that. I also think there's probably more accessible for developers to be able to lower tech graphic stuff, which hopefully I 100% agree. Look at games like Hollow Knight, look at first-person shooters like Cultic and Warhammer 40k Boltgun. Brilliant, brilliant games. It's because you lowered the fidelity bar. But what made those games good? Fidelity might have been a little bit less, but the art style was so bloody good. It was so good. So no, like, I don't care if your graphics are better than mine. I want a good art style. I want something that makes me say, I resonate with this game world and I want to spend time here. I don't care if your game is 4K or 1080p. I really don't. I genuinely do not give a shit. Just give me a good game world. That's all I want. The game Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay, the game that Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay are going to have a lot of stuff similar, if not identical, to Daggerfall. How do we feel about that? Okay, I'm gonna have to bench that one, so... Just writing a note so I don't forget. I'm holding out for Boculus Biffed, Book's version of Oculus. You never know. This could be the beginning of the Boculus Biffed. I've never been a fan of procedurally generated worlds. Take Valheim and No Man's Sky, for example. The map may be massive, but once you have visited every biome, you have seen them all. But the biggest issue? The devs never put a secret area or something unique in them. 100%. The only way to make a procedurally generated world interesting is to curate it, which is antithetical to a procedurally generated world. I'm the kind that doesn't care about FPS as long as it's not a stutter. Yeah. I don't like achievements are something that I will say, it depends on what kind of gamer you are. Again, I'm a story and immersion guy, I don't care about achievements, but there are some guys that are challenge-based gamers, and they love them, so more power to you. That's what I say. I feel like the tech we have now will fully realize Daggerfall's OG vision through the Wayward Realms. I think old-school gaming without achievement, yeah. And as do I. But I won't take anything away from the people who like achievement-based games. If that, my thought on achievements is, if it helps you play the game, if it helps you enjoy the game world, then good. More power to you. I want more people to play games. Because if you get a gateway drug that gets you into gaming, then you will be more amenable to coming back in time with me and playing some of these older entries. Jorg, welcome in. I'm a bit worried about the Wayward Realms because they aren't a AAA studio.
Is this how you honor the sixth house and the tribe unmourned?
Jorg, thank you very, very much for the resub. Has it been 2 months? Good God, it's been 2 months. Jeez, time is flying. Okay, so, couple thoughts before we start digging into this quest a little bit more. So, full dive gaming is the first thing I want to talk about. It was actually a quote from the head of Valve that gave me this next thought. How realistic do you want your game to be? How realistic do you want your game to be? Most people do not want a fully realized, full dive, full immerse, full feeling gaming experience. We come to games to experience...
Hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game?
We come to these games to escape. We come to these games...
Hey. Nice books.
I will read a lore book in a moment. So, we go to these games to escape reality. And by the way, there's actually been studies on this. Our brains, the more realistic... Why is the audio doubling? Here, one moment. One moment. It's because it's looping back. So I'm just gonna do this, and it will no longer do that. Mishi! You did, you missed the start of the stream. But it's okay. You guys know what to do in the chat. The Dagoth wave plays, everybody dances. Okay, now I need to figure out my next move while I shimmy and dance here. So Lord Volsec won't speak to me. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. Ooh, you look... Ah, good. Okay, we'll speak to Lord Kavar. Okay, so... Mishi, welcome in. Thank you for the Dagoth wave. It's much appreciated. I hope that you enjoy the Dancing Dagoths, by the way. That is another new addition to the stream. I hope you guys enjoy. Okay, so... Full dive gear. I will put the question off to you. How much realism do you think is reasonable to expect within a game? My ideal? I don't think that we actually want realism in our games. We want escape. And more importantly, we want an escape where our choices matter. I don't want realism, I just want what I'm doing to matter in the game world. I want my choices to have a ramification in the game world. I don't want to have to eat and sleep and build myself a house and wear warm clothes and get a job. I don't want to do this in my video games. I'm here to get away from the fact that I have to do that in real life. That defeats the purpose of a bloody video game in my mind. Now, survival games are a thing, and that has a measured approach to what I'm talking about, but what I'm talking about is full dive, full realism, full immersion. Like, how crazy are we gonna go with this? How insane are we gonna get about this stuff? Because I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to expect gamers to enjoy experiences like that. Now, back to the Wayward Realms. The main mods I add is eating, sleeping, drinking, temperature. I'm an outlier. So, again, survival games are a thing. And there is a challenge to a survival game. But fundamentally, it's still an escapist experience. My point that I'm trying to make is how crazy do you want those mechanics to be? We gonna start calorie counting? Your character gonna start gaining weight if he eats the wrong stuff? You gonna lose dexterity stats depending on what you eat? Like how, this is my point. How crazy are we gonna get about this stuff? Like, that is perfect. Well, when I sit with you guys, I actually have to sit. That was really good. That was really good. It's just, my character's like, why are you making me stand here? This is terrible. Yeah, so, but again, how crazy do you want to get about it? Because I'm not questioning the utility and the fun of a survival game. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm questioning the dichotomy between escapism and realism in video games. Because there is a dichotomy, there's a weird relationship there. And a balancing act that has to happen. Especially in survival games. I remember when I played my first Digimon World game on the PS1, and it had a whole toilet system in it. If you made too much of a mess, you had to go back and clean up your... Right. And do people remember that mechanic fondly? Hey books, it's time for sleep. For me, I really enjoyed your stream today after 1 week without you. Have a good night, everyone. Avalon, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope that everybody who did not have me around for an entire week, you know, I hope that me being back and streaming feels as good for you guys as it does for me, because it feels damn good to be back. I gotta say, it feels damn good to be back. That fine line between a game and work, yeah, absolutely. And with the Wayward Realms, I wanna dive into this, because prior to playing Daggerfall, I wasn't really turned on to this game. I was interested in a game of its ilk, but I didn't know of it. And one thing... How long have we been staring at Daggerfall the Undertaker after being hit by a shark? I think it's dependent on genre, but I guess in general I would want a fine line where I want enough realism where I can at least connect to a character while still applying lore and stuff given the universe. Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think it is dependent on genre, and more importantly, I think it's dependent on the particular game. Right? Because, you know, you can't add survival mechanics to a game like Ninja Gaiden. But you can do it in Daggerfall, and it makes the game quite good.
Make a circle! No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me.
It bothers me. It bothers me a lot, and that one's still green! I love the mix between realism and escapism. My absolute favorite game is Stardew Valley. You have a choice. Lost the chat. One moment. You have a choice for it to be just a farming simulation, but there is also a mystical lore side where you could get to learn more about why the seemingly normal town is the way it is, and the monsters war side. It's super interesting to me. You also get the freedom to do literally whatever you want, and play however you want. Normal, vanilla, slightly modded, mega modded, speedruns, etc. I agree. But I agree with Dragon's point, which is, you know, it depends on the genre, it depends on the game. And back to my point, you wouldn't like survival mechanics in Ninja Gaiden. You wouldn't like insane ninja combat in Elder Scrolls. There's varying degrees to this thing. I'm gonna repost this because it got buried. I think the Wayward Realms is meant to be a sort of like Daggerfall Part 2, without them explicitly stating that, if I'm honest. They're calling it a spiritual successor, but I don't know how believable that is. At least how I feel. I don't know how you feel. Okay, so the way I feel is that there was a schism in the Elder Scrolls. Right around the time that Morrowind got made, you had people in the studio that wanted to go in a very different direction. And it caused guys like LaFay to go their own way. And games like The Wayward Realm is going to be, I think, a love letter to what they wanted the Elder Scrolls to continue as. That's what I think. Now, do I think that's a good thing? Well, I think that the direction that the Elder Scrolls diverged and ultimately went into is well, we got Skyrim now, and how many of you hardcore Elder Scrolls fans love Skyrim the way you love Daggerfall and Morrowind? I think the direction that Bethesda is heading, due to the sheer magnitude, the heights that the Elder Scrolls has achieved in its time, is ultimately going to be its undoing. It's going to, like a whale beached on land, it is going to succumb to its own weight. It's too much. It's good while we had it, but I think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be troubled. I hope for the best, but I expect the worst. And we, from game to game, since Morrowind, we have had a continued vanillification, a continued dumbing down of the RPG mechanics that made old school Elder Scrolls so loved and so revered and so good. Now, that's not to say Oblivion and Skyrim are bad games. To me, Morrowind is actually the sweet spot between the Daggerfall ilk and the Oblivion Skyrim ilk.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Mega Black.
Fire and war.
My friend, thank you so much for the raid. Could I please get a quick little shout out for Mega Black for raiding in?
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy.
And we are gonna have to wait a sec here.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Daggerfall.
Playing some Skyrim. Excellent.
I'm a god.
Okay, so I just sent a couple things into chat just to let them know that we appreciate the raid, and we're going to say a proper hello to them when they come back. So, okay. We've got about 40 seconds. I really want to finish this thought about the Wayward Realms, though. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna pass it off to you guys. How do you feel? What are you feeling about the Wayward Realms right now? I'm genuinely interested, because right now I feel we need, within the Elder Scrolls world, we need to shake some things up. We need some change. Welcome back from ads, raiders. My new friends, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. Welcome in. In this community, we focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that have little to no voice acting, just to make them that little bit more interesting. So, if you gotta raid and run, if you gotta do your post-stream care, all that good stuff, I appreciate the raid, but take care of yourself first. I am merely an entertainer and a pillar of community should you require. But if you want to hang out, we are playing some Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. So Omega Black, I saw that you were playing some Skyrim. What's your build? What kind of run are you doing? Details, my friend. What are you up to? We were actually having a very deep conversation about... Well, so Julian LeFay died recently, and he was the father... One of the... Well, he is revered as the father of the Elder Scrolls. Even though other people contribute to the franchise, he is considered, by and large, the father of the Elder Scrolls, as we know it. And he was developing a spiritual successor to Daggerfall called the Wayward Realms. And I think... So, essentially, we were having a conversation around how we feel about the Wayward Realms being a spiritual successor to Daggerfall, and I was mentioning that I feel right around the time Morrowind was released, there was a schism at Bethesda. One was led by Julian LeFay, who liked the style and the prose of Daggerfall, and one was led by Todd Howard and Michael Kirkbride, who wanted to go in a different direction, which ultimately ended up becoming Morrowind. And the Wayward Realms is a love letter to the Elder Scrolls 2. And it is what Julian and Ted Peterson wanted the Elder Scrolls to continue as, I feel. And personally, I'm down for it, because the Elder Scrolls has been losing its soul game after game. And I'm happy to see a nameplate enter the space of Scrolls-like that is going to shake things up. I think it can only be a good thing. I play with 4,800 mods and am currently doing a dual-wield War Axe Stormcloak. What's your race? I'm assuming Nord, based off what you just said. So Dragon's comments over on YouTube side. I did mention that Morrowind started out as a game called Tribunal with a set of 3 rulers in Somerset. Do we think the series would have really been as successful if we got Tribunal instead of Morrowind? 100%. 100%. Morrowind is the reason Elder Scrolls had reached the heights it did. Well, and Oblivion ultimately really took off at Oblivion, but Morrowind set it on the trajectory. Hi, I think it's okay to... So chat, GPT... This is all hilarious. I love your username, by the way. Chat GPT. I think it's okay, realism, as long as it's fun. I always thought on how the Dragonborn manages to make adventures non-stop without even sleeping, just running into places 24/7. Yeah. Yeah, and that goes back to our conversation about realism versus escapism in video games. Like, where's the line? Like, what is enjoyable? I think Morrowind's writing was better than Dagger. I agree. More deep in a lot of different ways. So, the schism that occurred with Daggerfall and Morrowind was a stylistic one. It was not a lore one. It was more of a disagreement of what is the game gonna look like going forward? How is the game gonna play going forward? Julian LeFay left after Battlespire. Can't wait until you get to explore that game. Yeah, so any of the raiders who are really into Elder Scrolls, I play a lot of retro games, and on the list for games to play there's a lot more Elder Scrolls games than you think. And I'm going to be playing all of them. Every single one that I can get my hands on. Also, I would like to mention, while there was a difference in opinion, both sides seem to have had oh, absolutely. And the main aspect was handcrafted worlds versus procedural Yes. Yes. And I think Todd Howard kind of got a taste of why it was a good idea to have Morrowind go the way it went when he released Starfield, which has a lot of procedural generation and has a lot of problems. The problem for me with procedural generation is, simply put, you cannot make a procedurally generated world interesting unless you do curated content within it, which is antithetical to the idea of a procedurally generated world. Wolfgrim, welcome in. I just woke up. Have not played Daggerfall. And I haven't either. This is actually my first full playthrough of the game. I just have a massive appreciation for the world. The Elder Scrolls is my favorite fantasy franchise. Sometimes I roleplay as, and then I always get people saying they're actually confused if I'm a real person or not. No, you have to be a real person, because ChatGPT, unless you're Skynet, unless GPT has achieved sentience, which is terrifying. Welcome to the new age. Morrowind is stylistically unique. The thing that disappointed me in Oblivion is that the Elder Scrolls turned into a super generic European medieval fantasy vibe. 100%. And the art style, I've talked about this before, but Mobius is the reason for that. Michael Kirkbride was obsessed with Jean Mobius Girard, a French artist. His art is the reason that Nausicaa, so Miyazaki was also obsessed with his art. Nausicaa was stylistically generated using Mobius's art, and Michael Kirkbride was also really inspired. And the 1980s Dune movie was also inspired by Mobius quite a bit. And Frank Herbert, for that matter. Daggerfall and No Man's Sky are the only two procedural worlds I like. And this is the thing. So let's get back to the game world. So, okay. The big thing for me with procedurally generated worlds, and what makes Daggerfall interesting? What makes Daggerfall a fun world to be in? And for me, I love the dungeons. The dungeons are genuinely challenging. The enemies are genuinely challenging. And I love the character mechanics. So I don't so much care about the world, I care about my character in the world. And Daggerfall does a very good job at making a good character. I like the way that my character interacts with the game world. I enjoy it. It's fun. But the same thing cannot be said for No Man's Sky. Or perhaps it could. Who knows? I think my main issue with Starfield is that Bethesda is making the procedural generation seem as if it was something revolutionary and brand new to the... Yeah, no. No. That's Todd Howard blowing smoke up your ass. My first Elder Scrolls game was technically Morrowind, yet I actually got into Elder Scrolls with Oblivion. And I always tell people, if you're not into Elder Scrolls, start with Skyrim and work your way back until you hit a game you don't like. But Skyrim and Oblivion do a good job at one thing in particular, which is getting you into the lore and the caricature of the Elder Scrolls. I really believe that deeply. Wish we could have had Kirkbride back as the main writer for at least one more game. So, I've talked about Jin in the chat before, has spoken about this at length. So, Michael Kirkbride is not the genius that a lot of people make him out to be. A lot of the truly unhinged, weird stories in the Elder Scrolls are down to him. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Now, there's a giant team that was behind Kirkbride with Morrowind. The reason Kirkbride is considered integral to the Elder Scrolls and to Morrowind is two things. For Morrowind, number one, vision. He had a very clear vision of what he wanted Morrowind to be like, to be in. Number two, respect for the source material. Bethesda, at this point, is now notorious for retconning and changing things. You know, you never know what kind of Elder Scrolls you're going to get with Bethesda at this rate, honestly. That's what Kirkbride brought to the table. And that's what people miss. They miss respect for the source material and vision. Clear vision. It's why people like the original 6 Star Wars movies. George Lucas, for all the flaws of those movies, had a clear, concise vision about what he wanted to say. You know, Martin, I just had a revelation. It might be a bit of a pain to achieve, but what if you get a custom wallpaper of Sadrith Mora put on the wall behind you? That would be really awesome, and I don't think too hard. I don't think that would be terribly hard. Now, the one thing I would be worried about with that, though, is the wood tone that I've selected is very sandy, and I would be worried that Sadrith Mora would kind of bleed into this too much, and my background would become indiscernible craziness. I am amenable to the idea, though. What build am I playing as? So my build right now is Syvaris II. Let's go to... There we go. Here's my character. So I'm Syvaris II. I'm a high elf, and my class is custom. I am called the Taboo Mage. And the reason I'm called Taboo is because of some of my linguistic choices. The roleplay for Syvaris is that he is a scholar through and through. He's extremely aged, but not for an elf. And he has focused his entire life in the various wizarding towers of Tamriel. And he has focused quite heavily on languages. And becoming ever more intelligent and ever more powerful. So a lot of people call him Taboo because he affiliates with the Daedra, he affiliates with the dragons, the orcs. Recent Elder Scrolls games have been each time more simple, which is good, but I hope that Elder Scrolls 6 will be the last simplified version of things. Right, and that's the problem with the trajectory that the Elder Scrolls is going on, GPT. It's getting too simple. And Skyrim, for me, is about as simple as I would ever want it to get. I actually want it to get more complicated again. Given the environment aesthetics and ambience are a main selling point of the Elder Scrolls, it seemed logical to make more appealing environments than volcanic ashland. Hence, classic fantasy elements and surroundings. Keep in mind, Whiterun is just Doras from Lord of the Rings, which is peak fantasy, but classic. So I'm okay with standard European fantasy world, provided it makes sense within the context of the lore, and within Skyrim and Cyrodiil, it does. Within Daggerfall, it does. But if you give me that in Blackmarsh, we're gonna have some problems. I love how much people know about our games. I learn a lot from these. Yeah, definitely. And I learn every time we have chats too. I am not an authority on the Elder Scrolls by any means. I am merely a devoted fan. I love these games. I love the world that I am operating within right now. Also, I don't like Skyrim's aesthetics and vibe. For me, the main appeal of Morrowind was the unique, believable, and creative world, depth of the factions, moral ambiguity in them, etc. For me personally, the switch back to generic fantasy lost the main appeal. So, I think a good way... So, Alice, a good way that I would say we can perhaps sum up is... You don't necessarily... I feel that you would agree with me that Cyrodiil and Skyrim are okay in the sense that it fits within the lore. But what you wanted to see was not Cyrodiil and not Skyrim. What you wanted to see was elsewhere. You wanted to see Blackmarsh. You wanted to see the Somerset Isles and Valenwood. Orsinium. These weird worlds that are very unique and creative, and frankly, the reason a lot of people love the Elder Scrolls. A lot of people don't love the Elder Scrolls for the Nords and the Imperials and the Bretons. They love it for the very obscure races. Sheo needed to break things up. Nah, it's gonna end up like... I fear that, PG. I fear that. Craziness? Are you kidding me? It's House Tilvani. Cyvarus II, since the first was snapped. Yep, it was. He was slain. My first playthrough was Breton spell swords, so I always play them for my first... I'm the same, I do Dunmer. We probably won't get Moramur due to the affinity of needing moisture and or water to survive, or they crumple up and die. Yeah, and the Elder Scrolls has a lot to offer. I like the idea of the Falmer, but was disappointed by... So, I actually... Okay. Oh, man.
Beware his song about big butts.
He beats you up while he plays it.
Okay. So, I agree that Skyrim could have gone way, way, way deeper with the Falmer. I do like the Dawnguard DLC, though. Skyrim belongs to the Snow Elves. You don't understand, Housecarl. You're not a Nord. What? I've fought things just as outlandish as this. Okay, so... Yeah. They could have given us a lot more. And I think that is everyone's main issue. The book's quotes strike again. So I think the main thing people wanted out of Skyrim was more. More in terms of story, more in terms of lore, more in terms of gameplay, just more. They wanted, honestly, they wanted to have, I feel, Oblivion. Honestly, like, now don't get too out of hand. Even though I own Elder Scrolls Legendary Edition, I've never played the deals. I would. Give it a shot. Like, Skyrim is a good game. I enjoyed Skyrim. As much as I shit on it, I enjoyed Skyrim. And I 100%ed that game pretty much. I spent an insane amount of time in that game world. It's just, because I spent so much time in that world, I have an investment and I have opinions. I used to want to work for Bethesda as a writer and world builder, but with the direction the Elder Scrolls is going, I'm not sure anymore. So the only way that these games get better, and I am going to continue playing the game, because As much as I enjoy this conversation, I do need to actually make this a Daggerfall stream instead of just chatting. You would agree you want to see more of the weird places, but I also think they could have made Cyrodiil weirder, with jungles and more unique culture, leaning more into the mercantile and diplomatic aspects. 100%. I will totally concede to you with that point. The problem with fully voice-acted games is that the developers can't cram in as much lore, stories, and dialogue as text-based games. Yeah. You guys are bringing up such good points. Like, I'm enjoying this conversation so much. Man. And that's another dichotomy, right? Voice-acted games, easier to consume. Text-based games, harder to consume, a lot more story. I prefer text-based games most of the time. I enjoy them because voice acting is a passion of mine and I get to do that in text-based games. Cyrodiil was originally said to have been a jungle-like landscape and they retconned it for the... Oh, for anyone wondering. I've been doing a lot of talking. Thank you very much. Sounds like a perfect channel for the Discord of the Elder Scrolls. Yeah, so in the Discord I have, by the way, if I could get someone to share the Discord.
I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game?
If any of you guys would like to join the Discord, we have a lot of conversations based on Elder Scrolls, and I think that is really important for the future of the franchise, having a fan base that has concisely generated thoughts around things. Same with Oblivion. Got through fairly high level, got soft locked and had to stop. I've never actually finished an Elder Scrolls. Well, and with an Elder Scrolls game, you could argue what is finishing the game. You know, like what is finished in the context of an open-ended RPG. Soft-locked means that you're actually able to continue the game, but you're not really progressing in levels, you're not really like getting good quests, and that sort of thing. So a soft lock is a good example of a soft lock is here. So I was stuck. The guards were attacking me based off of a choice that I made. And I could continue the game with the bounty on my head and everything like that, but I ended up in a situation where I was no longer willing to continue. So I stopped. And I reverted back to a previous save. B, welcome to the chat. It's awesome to have you. It's nice to see you back in the saddle again, although I will not be able to be here. Yep, no, all good, my friend. And thank you so much for showing some love to the YouTube side. Seriously, trying to get monetized over on YouTube is really hard, and I appreciate you showing some love over there. Oh yeah, the Skyrim dragons aren't actually dragons, they're wyverns. Changed my mind. I remember when my 150-hour character got stuck in the Painted World side quest due to a bug. I still love Oblivion though. The music and ambience is glorious. Yeah, I agree. Okay, now. Tell me about Cyrodiil. What do you want? Hail, good Lord Kava. Apprise me of the situation with Cyrodiil. He was the only prince to never receive a public funeral. Someone else may have the full story. Well, I know that. That's why I'm asking. Do you know anything about the dead Prince Cyrodiil? No? Very well then. Oh, good Lord. Lord Kava, behave yourself. That's the other thing about Daggerfall. A very mature game, and it prevents the franchise from going quite as mainstream as it did.
Hello there.
I've heard of you. Nothing good, of course. Get lost. Not any Bethesda slander. Not the god Howard. Hail, good friend. I was hoping you might know about Seafil. Dragon's teeth. Just what I need. What? Ask someone else. Can't you see I'm busy? I am certainly the wrong person to ask, Cyvarus. You'd be surprised at just how much prostitutes were meshed within the rumor mill of a medieval court. Oh, okay, so I actually studied history. So a little bit of background for anyone new in the community here. I did 8 years of post-secondary education. I majored in history and I minored in psychology for 8 years. And medieval history was my wheelhouse. And people think that people broad brush medieval history using the Victorian lens. And Victorian history is not medieval history. The medieval people were absolutely... They were dogs, man. The stuff that got told in their poems and their prose, absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hysterical. I would be absolutely splitting my sides laughing reading some medieval texts. Now, Victorian, that was the repressive culture that followed in, you know, the, what would you say, the 16th century on, and that is what people ascribe to the medieval people. And that was not the case at all. When I first played Daggerfall, I was surprised about the nudity coming from Skyrim and Oblivion. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Daggerfall is, and this could be why Julian, and I'm not saying they wanted to do this because boobs, I'm saying they wanted to create a game that was able and open to the idea of being more grounded. You know, prostitutes exist, right? Daggerfall acknowledges this fact. Slaves exist. Daggerfall acknowledges this fact. Oblivion? You might hear the word, but you never see it in the world. And that's another, perhaps, schism. I had you read Baron's Eye Part 3, just so we can get that out of the way. Yeah, so Baron's Eye, and I actually read the whole thing off stream, and the fact that this is, like, in lore is, like, whoa. Personally, not my shtick, but it was not, the game was not scared of having a very uncomfortable story, and it is uncomfortable, within the game. It's just wild. This description of dragon having 4 legs and 2 wings was made by D&D and other fantasy worlds, but they didn't create... Yeah, 100%.
This legend has the wisdom and flair well beyond his years. He has incredible taste in books and games with great lore. He has a legendary community, and I thank you for your amazing content, and I shall be a forever follower.
Bjorg, thank you so much for the kind words. And by the way, everybody, just in case you haven't been exploring channel redeems and stuff like that, we do have Tangia, which provides us with specialized T.E.S. Whichever voice you want, pretty much. The most risque book in yeah, exactly, and even that is kind of censored down. No offense, but why would I tell you anything? You look like a commoner. I'll go speak to a member of the royal court. Perhaps they will give me real information. Okay, so we've talked to quite a few people down there. Now let's see if anyone on the upper levels will give me information. Ah, yes, D&D elitism. So it's not just D&D elitism, by the way. A lot of the art that we have that discusses these specific criterion for dragon. Now, we're talking the Eurocentric criterion for dragon, which is a four-legged, two-winged, fire-breathing, dinosauric creature. And within the Eurocentric scope, a wyvern is a two-winged, two-legged, fire-breathing, dinosauric creature. So, it's not just D&D. So, fantasy ascribes it to D&D, but D&D informed its opinion using other things. You look like you are a man with information. Hail, good friend. If possible, I would hear about Seafill. By Rorkin, as if I knew. Ask someone else. It could be. It could be that the medieval people discovered fossils, and they let their imaginations run. Well put. Enlighten me on the subject of Seafill. You have always been loyal to me. Seafill came down with a fever, and eventually died. I feel like you're lying. Fantasy is not a genre I like. The only games, movies, and books I like are the Elder Scrolls.
A new hand touches the beat.
Sky Shadowing, thank you very much for the follow. It's very much appreciated. Welcome to the game library. Now, if you feel compelled to lurk, that's totally fine, of course. But I do recommend that you come into chat and hang out. We are a lovely bunch of people. Middle Earth, Dragon Age, and Dragon's Dogma. All fantastic franchises, by the way. So, what is an example of fantasy that you dislike? Just out of curiosity. My dad was a paleontologist, so I got to go to a bunch of dig sites as a child. We have a member of the community as well. She's not here anymore. Or they are not here anymore, I should say. But Crows is into paleontology as a career. It's kind of funny how we get all these different kind of walks of life. Jet, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. What do you think? I'm super stoked about it. I love... By the way, if you guys are just coming into the chat, the stream in the background did not always look like this. There was a time when things did not look quite so good. So we have one guy saying he came down with a fever and died. Interesting. Well met, stranger. Hail to thee. Hail to thee. I gather you know something about Seafill. You are the first person to ask. Sadly, I remain ignorant as to the answer. What about you? Oh, okay, well, he doesn't like me, so he's not going to give me an answer. Yep, neither does he. Yes, the base is still here. I don't know where it will go eventually. Because eventually I'm going to have the shelving unit there. So either it's going to stay there, or it'll move. Okay, so they will not speak to me anymore. Now, who else is there for me to speak to? I was really hoping he would give me the info. I feel like he's lying. I just have it in my gut instinct that he's lying. By the way, did you know yes, I did, yeah. Yeah, the Nordic sagas, I actually have I've got a book, it's somewhere upstairs. I've got a book that goes over all Norse myth. I have a big tome that goes over all the Viking sagas, all the Norse myths, everything. I used to have a scale replica of the Numinex from Skyrim. I got 3D printed, but sadly it broke during a move. The dragon skull in Jarl Bargrof's palace. Yeah, I am going to be 3D printing a bunch of stuff. So I have an Oblivion, 3D printed Oblivion box art. And I want to get box art in the style of the newest, that is to say a book cover. So Daggerfall, the cover was not a book cover. Arena, the cover was not a book cover. So I want to restyle Daggerfall and Arena's covers to be like Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind's. And then I want to get everything 3D printed for the background. I really want to see a King Arthur movie where he's played by a Welshman with a Welsh accent and Welsh slang. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll ever get that. And this is one of... I was always fascinated by Tolkien growing up. More so... His books are one thing, but his mission was what truly fascinated me. He lamented the loss of Anglo-Saxon, Welsh, Scots, Celtic, Gaelic lore to Christendom. And the creation of Middle-earth and Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion and everything else is a love letter in many ways to those pieces of lore, but in addition to that, it was an attempt to give the English people a new myths, essentially. And I thought that was really fascinating, because he did. He accomplished his mission. Most of high fantasy these days is based off of his work. The myths, the works of myth that we are creating, fantasy, are directly related to Tolkien's works. When you visualize an elf, is it a Tolkien elf? Probably. When you visualize a dwarf, is it a Tolkien-like dwarf? Probably. Ogre, welcome in. I'm not bitter. Tolkien based elves mainly on Welsh people. Tolkien was alright. I returned from an unintentional lurk. I figured while I'm here, in terms of books in Daggerfall, I would also move away from Rude Song. Yes. Yeah, I've been warned about that one too. My ancestors were Vikings. The mythology is insane. For instance, Loki, a man, was impregnated by a stallion and gave birth to an 8-legged horse. Yep. Oh, the lore goes absolutely crazy. Now let's see here. I did miss a couple I'm searching for a good to excellent condition box set for... Yeah, good luck, good luck. We would have some records or archaeological evidence of them in that case. We do not know. We do know of mammoths, dodos, etc. Whatever we humans hunted down, there's records of it. Yep, it's kind of a question of what we've discovered. Now, I will say there is a... There's a fascination with the unknown. Space. The sea. Most of the sea has been unexplored. So we have kind of a fascination with the undiscovered country. And I think we as humans need that. We're ultimately aspirational creatures. We need myth. We need legend. We need religiosity, if not religion itself. And having something that we can think on in terms of fantasy is very, very much a part of the human experience. And I will say that while it is good to be measured with our conversations in this regard, I will say that, you know, we have not discovered everything there is to discover. And I think that people who say that we have are trying to sell you something. And all that is a good thing, because we are fundamentally aspirational. We need something to work towards. We need something to discover. Hail to thee, enlighten me on the subject of Seafil. I'm afraid I just don't know. Shame that. Is there anyone in this damn castle that knows about Seafil? What about you, Will Jordan? Me? Help you? Too bad we aren't on Morrowind. I would poke fun at... Flaherty. I despise your kind. Just go away. No, South. My profuse apologies. I am unable to recall anything about Seaville. Okay, I believe, well, perhaps you. Yes, warped. Exactly, that one. That is certainly none of your concern. Now leave me, Saivaris. Excuse me, Seafil. No idea one way or the other. Need to sit for a moment. Now, I have one piece of information that tells me that he died of a fever, just as the prince was told. Now, that was from a lordly cast member. You're Saivaris II. What the hell makes you think I know or would tell you anything about Seafil? gotta be some information in the castle somewhere. The guard by the door intones in a bored voice. All those having business with Queen Okrithi must pass through the door at the back of the hall. I don't know if that's gonna get me anywhere though. Perhaps. Okay. Blunt. Yeah, so I don't think that changes your response. Okay, let's go to the map here. So this way leads me up. And there's nothing in the throne room. Now there is a... How can I find my favorite fantasy voices for Tangia? You go to the suggestion box and you tell me what voices you want, or you can go on Tangia's website and you can look through better T.E.S, and that will give you options. Now, I only have like 4 voices enabled, so if you want another voice enabled, you would have to ask for it. Right now, I think it's Cravensworth from What We Do in the Dark, the Oblivion Guard, the Adoring Fan, and Dagoth I believe are the voices I've enabled right now. Means nothing to him. So who else could I speak to? I never figured out the polite, normal, blunt aspect of the dialogue. So what I think it comes down to is your roleplay, for one. And also, depending on what cast of character you're speaking. So like a noble will respond better to polite speech than blunt speech. A commoner will respond better, perhaps, to normal speech. And a thief, for example, would respond better to, like, a blunt way of speaking. I haven't been able to confirm or deny this, but I'm assuming that was the idea that this communication style was based off of. No, okay. So there's nothing, well, okay, let's see if we can get more information from the prince, perhaps. The funny thing about Oblivion is everyone goes on about how the hero of Kabach is the chosen one. He is. There is just not the chosen one. He was still the one placed in the Emperor's path. The cell was meant to be off limits. And, okay, so Wolf, by the way, do you like being called Wolf or Grim or Wolfgrim? Or do you care? So, an interesting point, and I brought this up before when we were playing Morrowind. The idea of the reveal of the divination, the divinity, I guess, of the hero. And really, like, what we are talking about is someone remarkable, someone divine, in a way, demigod-like. And in Morrowind, I think they had a very good measure of when to reveal the Nerevarine prophecies. In Oblivion, you feel a lot more like just a plain guy. you are special, and it's made clear by Uriel Septim, but the way you interact with the game world after you leave Septim's presence is very unremarkable, up until you start pursuing the main storyline. Skyrim, you literally just find out you are Dovahkiin immediately. That reveal should have been way later in the game. Much, much later in the game. Now I understand why Bethesda did it. They wanted to introduce dragons as soon as possible, and they wanted you slaying the dragons to utilize the Thum mechanic. Fair play. I still don't like it. You are near the mark of your assumption, and there's a whole mathematic formula that plays a role. So, Dev, what do you mean in terms of... Oh, like my estimation of the speech. Gotcha. You can also not even become the Nerevarine and still beat the game through the adventure path. Yes. It's like in Morrowind. Are you really the Nerevarine? How can an Outlander be the Nerevarine? Are you the one who can become the Nerevarine? Can anyone become the Nerevarine? Yeah, these are all questions. Say Nerevarine again. Nerevarine. 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 Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I really like that some people purposely do the Shivering Isles just to become Sheogorath, just to do Knights of the Nine, just to be funny. Any suggestions for Viking theme TTS? Viking theme? Ooh. Well, that depends on, like, how stereotypical Viking are you being? Because there's a stereotype of the Vikings with, you know, oh, I'm a big, tough Viking, and I'm... That's not how the Vikings were. The Vikings were actually very suave people. Weren't brute. The Saxons painted the Scandinavians as brutes in their history. That could not be further from the truth. So I can't speak to him. That guy's coked out of his mind. Okay, let's think about this for a sec. Do I have any Daggerfall aficionados who are willing to give me a hint? Sorry, that was a Mean Girls reference. It rose off the tongue. Nerevarine. It's actually more of a teethy name. Nerevarine. Viking, yeah, that's true. Vikings never had horned helmets. What's the guy's name again you're looking for? So we found him. So Prince Lotun. Now, he has given me a quest before he will give me information on King Lysandus' ghost. He has asked me to find information on his brother, Siafil. You're on the right path. Asking around might try some of the commoners out. Ah, commoners. Yes, I've been speaking to the nobles entirely. I'm sorry, how did I lose health? I'm on my horse. I think Skyrim also did that to appeal to players early on. A sense of importance. Hero-like epicness. You are the chosen one, and to give players that feeling as early and thus as long as possible, given that Skyrim's easygoing mechanics were to appeal to a more mainstream audience, giving them a good form of escapism from the monotony of everyday life, which was a great, and it did sell. Yeah, Skyrim was a great selling game. Oh, what did I do that no one likes my character, GBT? It's my roleplay. So, in Daggerfall, you are able to use a dial system that dictates your popularity with different classes of people. So, nobles, scholars, priests... nobles, scholars, villains, like thieves and stuff, and commoners. So, Syvaris, in my roleplay, has spent his entire life in wizarding towers within Tamriel. So, he is only ever affiliated with the scholarly class and the wizarding class. He looks upon commoners and villains with utter derision. They're beneath him because he is intelligent, he is a wizard, he is better. And that is why they dislike me. By Starfall's waters, it's you. What is it? I love how Dragon's Dogma's main character is Arisen. Someone you just ate crap against a dragon, and he liked your gumption and ate your heart, making you important. Yeah, I love Dragon's Dogma, by the way. In terms of, like, combat with giants, one of my favorite games. Vik in Swedish means bay, which makes many historians believe that Vikings were equivalent of pirates that usually made camps in the bay to easily hide and set sail quickly. So the best history for the Vikings that we have indicates that the islands of Scandinavia were skint. It was very rocky terrain, not very hospitable for growing things. So if you wanted to gain wealth, you needed to look elsewhere. And that is ultimately what Viking was about. It was to leave and get food and wealth and bring it back home. And possibly more land. Obviously, this is the thing. Back in the ancient eras of humanity, if you did not have good land, you left it and you acquired good land. Normally by violence. It's just the way things happened. And the role of the Chosen One in the game is much better guarantee for games. People are common blokes in real life already, and we dive into fantasy and fiction to live or act as a hero. Mass Effect also utilized this just as yeah. And Mass Effect is one of my favorite fantasy franchise, or sci-fi franchises, I should say. I love Mass Effect so much. So much. Greetings to you. I need to know about Seafil. Ask someone who gives a damn. Fine. What about you? What the hell do you want? Ooh, yay. What of Seafil? But I had a moment of your time. Okay, let's take a look. So we're gonna look around here. One good thing I can say about Starfield is the Star Wars Genesis Complete Overhaul mod. Okay, that's fair. I don't normally mod a lot of my games. I think it would be cool if the Dragonborn actually struggled. I think it would be cool if the Dragonborn actually struggled in the history with his divine nature. Imagine if you just discover you're a demigod meant to save people. It would make you think. Yes. This is one thing that I've noticed with a lot of Bethesda games, though, is the interaction with the characters emotionally is very gray. So your response dialogue is very much blasé. Ah, Mages Guild, perfect. My friends in the Mages Guild. I'm in Sentinel. So, let's just zoom out here. That's where I am in the game world, True Mantis. Fem Shep is best Shep? I mean, to each their own. I always played male Shep. Allow me to be the first to offer my unreserved congratulations on your glorious ascension up the slippery hierarchy that is the Mages Guild. Now that you have achieved the rank of Evoker, you have access to the guild library. I can remember when I was first deemed worthy of such an honor. My eyes did not leave the printed page for 3 whole days. My advice is to take advantage of this as soon as possible. Once again, jolly good show, Syvaris. Come on, Sypharis, you know me better than that, to think I would care. My thing that kind of annoys me about Skyrim is that you are meant to be this badass demigod warrior, yet all the dialogue has you being a dumbass. Yeah. So, again, this is very much a... This is very much a problem with all Bethesda games. Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, Daggerfall. It's very... Sorry, I was moving my foot on the faux leather of my chair. It is very much a... You know, you get this epic missive, this epic dialogue from another character, and you're like, ah, I see. Well, that is too bad. I'll move on then. Like, you're not responding in kind to the emotion that is given to you. You get some choice in what you would say in Morrowind. That is true. That is true. Morrowind, and I will say Daggerfall also gives you quite a bit of choice. Almost too much. We've talked about this before. Daggerfall is almost a painful amount of freedom. AI dialogue that's wise and tonal and mood change could be fun. Imagine playing a bard without any actual skills in singing, poetry, or music. Save the world from Alduin, enter the Hall of Companions for recruitment. I've never heard of this person. Well, okay. Actually, that I could buy that. And there's a reason. If you did not have social media, if you did not have the internet, if you did not have newspapers even, how much information would you actually be receiving about the world around you? Truly. Unless you actually saw Alduin, unless you were getting information. Oh, the horse's name is Yam Bam St. Cranberry. The chat named him Yam Bam St. Cranberry. But yeah, I could buy them not knowing about that. What I don't buy is them knowing everything else. How do you know I'm a part of the Dark Brotherhood? How do you know I'm a part of the Thieves Guild? How do you know I'm a part of the Companions? How do you know I'm a part of the Mages Guild? You know, like... But the fact that the Dragonborn returned, or rather the news of it would... Oh, that is true. That is true. That I will concede to you. Okay, so he doesn't give a rat's. So let's... Ooh, verticality in this one. Ooh, move C. Let's see. Never worked a day for that gold in your pocket. Yep. Yep. Seafill was a prince of Sentinel. He died years ago. Is that what you're talking about? Sort of. I would like some more information, though. I think the rumors of the Dragonborn becoming Thane and restoring the Elder Gleam would have spread like... Yeah, and local lore as well. Yep, that's true. That is true. I will take that point. That's not useful. I earned this money by being a sociopath with a long history of violence. I killed many bandits, and I'm selling you their blood-stained wares. I earned this money. Hail, good Bartha, enlighten me on the subject of Seafill. I had one once, but the wheel fell off. Would you hold my foot while I get a drink of air? Goodbye. The skoomers got into you, my dear. I love the portraits. They are like 50 hours of MS Paint. That's true. An obtuse topic if there ever was one. No answer appears to be forthcoming. And given that the first people you see as Dragonborn are guards of Whiterun, who have seen you and can describe your appearance, the freaking companions would have been among the first to hear it. Have the person's appearance told to them. Hell, they've probably seen you run around right. Yeah, that's true. Your character lost his chance to touch her feet. I didn't want to touch her feet, man. Borkir.
Fellow members of the Mages Guild have to stick together. Quite a conundrum. I'm completely baffled.
You're all useless. Though you are my deeply trusted ally, I know not to answer. You know not to answer. That character it's like Mermaid Man. Evil! Evil! He gets like this sometimes. Next on the adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Ooh. This is some verticality. Excellent. Alright, you look like a man with some information. It's always good to meet another member of the Mages Guild. Could you tell me about Seafill? Salutations, Farcham. I would appreciate any information about Seafill. An obtuse topic if there ever was one. No answer appears to be forthcoming. To the invisible boatmobile. What's that? Why
Why should I tell you? Go bother someone else, Ivarith.
Love it. Love it. The wizard seems to be a french fry short of a Happy Meal. The best Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode is where they lose the boatmobile and have to look for it. Okay, so the Mages Guild has been bust. Utterly useless. Okay, so we have some temples down this way. So yeah, just head straight past the castle. SpongeBob is unironically one of the most hilarious shows ever. I'm not asking for a place that nobody knows about, I'm asking for a person. Any slaughterfish? Thank God. Oh, and as far as the spread of information in medieval ages is concerned, aside from the posters or leaflets with the face of the person on it, I recall from university seminar that Martin Luther had a wood carving of his face, an appearance spread throughout Germany during his time. Not quite a selfie, but good enough. It's true. Order of the Candle. As long as you skip season, I probably did inadvertently. Ew, there we are. The Order of the Candle. Dalpin. Me? Help you? Okay.
Welcome, moon and star. Come to me.
Spiff.
Fire and
Thank you so much for the raid. Could I please get a shout out for our friend Spifferific? Raiders, welcome in.
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy.
We're gonna dance a little bit.
Oh, come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
I'm a god.
Yeah, true Mantis. Who did I meet Spiff through?
Sure nonsense. Any old twit can hug the event horizon of a black hole and loop the loop.
That is how awesome Spiff is. I met Spiff through, I believe it was a raid with Tozzle. Yes, it was. You're right, Miented. Rain raided Tozzle, and then I stuck around and Tozzle raided Spiff. Or it was just Rain raided Spiff. Either or. Point is, Spiff is good people, and giving their channel some love is going to be giving me love. That's how I take that. When you give my people that I contribute to their streams love, I take that as a personal love coming my way. So, Raiders, I assume many of you do not know me, so welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and I welcome you in. In this channel, we focus on obscure games that are story-driven and not really talked about in the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice is me. I do a lot of voice acting. A lot of these games don't have any. And if they do, they have very little. So I do voice acting in these games to make them just a little bit more interesting. Tozzle rating Spiff or Spiff rating Tozzle is all a thing that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. It all just comes full circle eventually. But obviously Spiff, if you gotta raid and run, it's starting to get late in the evening, so I totally understand if you gotta run. Any of the raiders, if you gotta do your post-stream care, anything like that, totally understand. I'm here as an entertainer and a pillar of community should you want it. But if you do want to hang out, we are playing some Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall today. We play a lot of old school RPGs, as I mentioned, and I'm a massive fan of the Elder Scrolls, so we do a lot of Elder Scrolls here. So with that, let's get back into it. So we are currently trying to track down a
He can mow like
dead
balls,
prince.
Right?
Yes, the book's quotes. Elder Scrolls is good. It is. It's fantastic. It is my favorite fantasy franchise of all time. My absolute favorite. But Spiff, I forget my manners a little bit. We'll wait for Skeletor. What were you playing? What were you getting up to? Let's see. Because the shout out didn't tell me. Didn't tell me what game you were playing. So what were you getting up to? Started with Stellaris in a small group game, then played Aloft after.
Not the Dagoth lasagna.
Anything but the Dagoth lasagna. You are getting me a lot more interested in... I don't even know what to call the genre.
All right, fine. Just for the only bucks.
Just for the only bucks.
Oh, God. I don't know how to describe the genre. Survival... yes. Yeah. So, like, what would I include in that genre? Subnautica... Minecraft, even? Yeah, Minecraft is kind of the OG. Ark, yep, Ark would be in there. Stellaris is RTS, but Aloft is not. Aloft is not RTS. And I was referencing Aloft in particular. Subnautica, Raft, Planet... Yeah, exactly. So, is that your favorite genre of game, would you say? I used to heavily play Ark way too... I never... Other than Minecraft, I never really got deeply into the weeds with that sort of thing. I've been an RPG guy for so long. Like, I'm just dyed-in-the-wool RPG guy, and if I need some, like, mindless gaming, I'll play, like, an FPS or a racing game. Survival crafting, I need to be in a very specific mindset in order to play those games. Something interesting about Skyrim is that people keep complaining they can't marry Serana. She spent hundreds of years in Molag Bal's realm. She's a daughter of Cold Harbor. You should know how you become a... Yeah, and that is... So, we've had a slippery slope moment in reference to Serana before. That person had ill intention, and they spoke about Serana's lore in a very, flippant way. So, I will say the subject matter that we would be required to discuss to go deeper into that's skirting community rules, so I just don't want people getting in trouble. Hot take, I dislike the mods that let you marry and by extension the people. I'm very much I like to experience games as the developers intended for the most part. Mods have their place. I do like them, but when it comes to like an Elder Scrolls game, for example, I at least like to experience the game as intended once. I also like city management, puzzles, RTS like Stellaris and Northgard. Basically anything that is chill and cozy. My favorite game of all time is Outer Wilds, for the feel of it and the sense of accomplishment I get for figuring it all out and getting the ending I did on my own. I hate the surrounding... Yeah, yep, exactly. Thank you, Wolfgren. I do appreciate that. I've also been gripped by repos since it's come out for reasons I don't fully understand beyond the character modeling. Yeah, repos, I don't know. Repos kind of in a weird niche, I would say. Like, it's kind of like a lot of the people who like stream Phasmophobia and that sort of thing. They're streaming a lot of repo. I haven't been gripped by, like, again, I'm mostly an RPG guy, so it's very rare that I get into games like that. Although I do understand the fun, and I can, if someone is guiding me through the journey, because I do suck at those games, if someone's guiding me through it, I think it's okay. Yeah. Dragon's like, I'm unhinged, I'll kill us both. Dragon's good people. He does mean well. Well met, stranger. Ah, Seafill. Seafill came down with a fever and eventually died. Alright. It is indeed a weird niche. It's kind of in the horror genre, but it's also derpy. I'm rarely actually scared anymore, but it's an outlier in my interests. Yeah, you know, if I'm gonna play a horror game, I like Silent Hill. I like Resident Evil. I don't like getting into religious horror because I like sci-fi horror because it scares me less than religious horror. Like, you know, demons and that sort of thing. Because I grew up deeply religious. I still am religious to this day. And the idea of ethereal forces, like science you can control, science you can cure. The ether, the ethereal realm, the intangible, you have no control. You are helpless. And that is very freaky for me. That's SDA Serana never, yeah, Serana did never stop talking. She's in a special kind of niche as a follower. The funniest thing is Skyrim is incredibly easy, but it suddenly got difficult with the Creation Club, yeah. Skyrim gained new life for me when I got the actual PC Skyrim. I was playing Skyrim on Xbox 360 for the longest time. And I got a gaming PC and I started playing it on PC and got the creation stuff and like new game, like so good. Did you ever play any Amnesia? I did, way back though. Like I haven't played recently at all. Silent Hill is one of the original greats in horror, along with Resident Evil, to be sure. You know, and Resident Evil's kind of in this place now. Silent Hill didn't fall into this trap, but Resident Evil fell into this trap of Japano-coded cheesy. Like, there's a lot of camp in the Resident Evil franchise. Oh, that's awesome, Jorg. What voice did you use? Quick question, what are your thoughts on... Oh, God. Oh, man, what are my thoughts on Fallout? I like the universe. Fallout 1 and 2 are amazing games. I really, really enjoy the CRPG Fallouts. Fallout New Vegas is really good. Bethesda's treatment in Fallout 3 and 4, while fun, I think it commodified itself. Ultimately, I think that Fallout, the new Fallouts that Bethesda are making are competent, enjoyable games, but I feel that the story of the Fallout world is starting to it's getting lost in the minutia. That's how I feel about that.
An obtuse topic, if ever there was one. No answer appears to be forthcoming.
I went down with a rabbit hole with that game and learned to play solo with zero evidence, but since the last update where they changed all the sounds, I haven't played. I enjoyed Fallout 4, but it was not well written at all, especially once you realize it's just Fallout. Yeah, yep. I try to be diplomatic with my opinions. You should, Jorg, you should incorporate that into your stream.
Civil, please. Come on, Cyvarus, you know better than to think I'd care about that.
Well met, stranger. I honestly don't know what in Tamriel you're talking about.
You're on the right track, Cyvarus. Now talk to someone who trusts you.
Who trusts me? Talk to why don't you trust me? Bertie, why don't you trust me? Fallout 4 is turning 10 this year. The launch that almost killed you. Yes, Melly has many a story. Okay, now I need to speak to someone who trusts me. I'm on the right track. Speak to someone who trusts me.
Melly, that supports people!
Where would I find someone who trusts me? They would have to be a noble or a scholar. Wonder what's over here. A little bit northbound, a little bit northwest. I'm racking my brains right now. Find someone who trusts me. You're supposed to ask as many rumors as you can stomach and then wait a few days to receive a letter by. Oh, I see. So I'm literally just supposed to talk to as many people as humanly possible. So someone figures out that I'm asking about Seafil. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm definitely... I'm not frustrated. This is the way the game is meant to be played, but... Definitely... I was definitely getting a little lost. The rat and the cat. The cat in the hat. That's a temple there. The Knights of Iron. I'm afraid I just don't know. My main problem is that when Fallout 4 launched, I was hyped to play it. I ignored any potential problems. I don't get hyped for games anymore, except only a couple. I was majorly excited for Stalker 2. Haven't even played it yet. So I think this is actually interesting to talk about. Why don't we get hyped for games anymore? And I think that that is down to the fact that we are in an age where nothing's sacred anymore. Like I remember growing up. This is one of my fondest memories, actually. I remember growing up and going to GameStops on launch nights, waiting in line with other fans of games that I love, and waiting for a game that we knew nothing about. We did not know what to expect. Getting home and doing an all-nighter with my friends. Halo in particular was a franchise that I did this with a lot. And we are now in a... Enjoy your lurk, York. We're now in a situation today where that knowledge is not considered... by that knowledge, I mean the... spoilers. We get spoiled on every single game release that is coming out now. I don't know why people think it is a good idea to, even if it's a game you want, this happens just as much for games that you dislike as you like, but people are always digging up information that they shouldn't be digging up, and they are spoiling these games. And it just drives me up the wall. Why are you doing it? You can't play the game yet. Does the information actually make you feel any better about the game? Just wait. Wait for the game to come out. You've got the trailers. Just wait for the game to come out and play the bloody game. You have to put your head in the ground like an ostrich in order to actually not get spoiled on games anymore. And frankly speaking, guys, it pisses me off. I hate getting, like, I got to the point where I just, I had to numb myself. I just don't care anymore. Even if it's a game I want to come out, I just say, well, what'll be will be. You know, everything is meaningless. And that is not a headspace that I want to be in. That is not a headspace that I think is healthy. I want to care about games. I want to care about things in the world. And they need to, we need to actually, as gamers, the devs and the publishers are not going to become the solution for this. We as gamers need to create a culture that de-incentivizes spoiler hunters. I don't want you to find out when Elder Scrolls 6 is being released. I don't want you to find out what the story is. I don't want you to find out what the playable races are. I don't want you to figure out what the weapons look like. I want you to shut the hell up, wait for the game to come out, and when it comes out, we all play it and we have a good freaking time. We have a collective experience as gamers. Because we no longer have launch night at GameStop in the same way that we did back in 2006. Times have changed, so we need to create culture that de-incentivizes bullshit like spoiler hunting. And that way we can kind of get to a good place where we can truly have a first time enjoyed experience with games. Yeah, I don't know. I got a little ranty there, but I'm really tired of the and I just said I suffered from this too. The nihilism that occurs around this stuff, because you're forced into a situation where nihilism is a shield. Nihilism protects you from a lot of this stuff. 2000 to 2005, when game info was mostly found in magazines, and there were still magazines that were not full on marketing outlets for studios. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is very much a tough talking point for me, because I was at a point in my life with work and everything else that I just didn't enjoy a damn thing. I didn't enjoy my movies, I didn't enjoy my books, I didn't enjoy video games. All I did was work. And whenever I was looking forward to a video game, I would search it up, and the first thing I would get is I would get a spoiler post that said, don't play this. This is what the story's gonna be about. It's a bad game. And before I even had the chance to make up my own mind, someone shoved an opinion down my throat. Give everyone the chance to make up their own damn minds again. That's all we ask for. That's what I think we should strive for. Make up your own mind. Stop going on YouTube and watching a review of the game before you purchase it. Just buy the game. It might be bad, but you had an experience. You did something. Other than just sitting in your living room and watching a YouTube tirade about a game. I love Fallout New Vegas, but the famous make that... Yeah, the fanboys make that hard. I have the same problem with Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy X was a massive turning point for the franchise. You've got the people that love everything after 10, and you've got the people that love everything before 10. And if you ask them... If I was Square Enix, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. You know, the fanboys have absolutely ruined Final Fantasy for me. I can't stand the franchise anymore. You know, I was watching, he's a really good streamer actually, I enjoy his content. He's called SebiWebs. He streams a lot of Square Enix stuff. And he said, if you want to watch a fan base destroy itself from the inside, just go into a Final Fantasy streamer's chat and ask what the favorite Final Fantasy, what they considered the best Final Fantasy game to be, and just watch people eviscerate themselves. It's true. And it's a lot of franchises are like that. And I want to be very careful in my community that we don't go on this hate train for the Elder Scrolls the contemporary entries for the Elder Scrolls and Bethesda and stuff like that. I want us to recognize where there's deficiencies and have conversations about it. I don't want to go on a hate train. That's easy, guys. It's easy to just say Bethesda's garbage and they will never make a good game again. That doesn't have to be the case. We can have conversations and create culture as we go to make better situations for gaming in the future. That's just my thought. It starts with one. It starts with one. But I know what you mean, Martin. When we were at the local, I think, supermarket, there was a table of lots of CDs and discs, and I just picked up the strategy game, Rome Total War. I didn't know it, but picked it up, played it, and I got addicted. Also had a profound impact on my affinity for history, and later, studying it. The surprise discovery, the game, from scratch made it all the better. The fact that I may have condemned my friend when I was a kid to hell by making him play the Final Fantasy X demo. He was from yeah, well, we all start somewhere. Seafil, I know lots, but I'm not about to tell the likes of you. Alright, well, I'm curious, so let's go to an inn. There should be one right behind me, right here. I love the inn music. Okay, let's get a room for, let's do 2 days. Sure, take it or leave it. And then we are going to rest for a while. And let's rest for 2 days, 2 entire days. We have no quests, nothing's crazy about doing this, but we might actually push the quest line forward prior to the end of the stream today, which is kind of my goal. I want to at least find out what's going on with the princely quest line. Sentinel's really cool. There's lots of verticality to this. At least you didn't recommend Divinity Original Sin. So, I have played, well, I always forget the name. Divine Divinity. I played that and I've enjoyed it. The fact that, oh, I see. That was directed at Wolfgrim. Okay. Let's make our way back to the castle here. Oh, the music in Daggerfall is awesome. I love the OST for this. All the Elder Scrolls games, by the way, absolutely god tier soundtracks. You dislike 2? That's interesting. Why do you dislike 2? I really like Sentinel, actually. This is probably one of my favorite environments that we played in thus far. I always do this in the Elder Scrolls games, right? Morrowind, what's my favorite city? Sadrith Mora. Because it's the most weird within the context of the game. Ember, welcome in. Hello, Books. Just wanted to come in and say have a fantastic stream and night. Lots of life stuff happening for me, so I'm not able to stay, but have a beautiful night. Ember, it's always lovely to have you in. And whatever life stuff is happening, even if it is not positive, I want you to know that you are in my thoughts and prayers, and that I hope the best for you, and I hope the best for everyone in the community while I'm at it. I want this to be a place where we become better humans. I don't just want to be a guy in front of a camera playing a video game. I want to help this community and anyone coming in to get better. And every day we get a little bit better. That is my hope. Google's what makes Final Fantasy X problematic for strict Christians. Not really sure. I don't like the turn-based. So, that's fair. That is fair. I think turn-based needs to come back, though. There was a long time in JRPGs in particular that everybody was saying that turn-based was dead, especially Square Enix, and that is not the case. I think that we need turn-based in the equation. Now, you can criticize a particular game for their particular rendition of turn-based combat, but I think it does need to be a part of the industry as a whole. It's the problem I have with Baldur's Gate 3. I enjoy the writing, but I can't stand the gameplay. So, I'm a big proponent for meeting games in the middle. Meeting games halfway. If there's a particular mechanic in a game that you're struggling with, I want you to take the time to meet the game halfway, to try and understand why the developers implemented that mechanic for that particular game. And in that thought experiment, you might end up getting to a place where you actually understand and maybe enjoy the game a little bit more. That's not to say that this is like one size fits all and you're going to ultimately love a game regardless of the things that you dislike about it, but you might dislike it less because you at least understand it. It's how the turn-based combat. I like the Final Fantasy games for it, but I hate X. Yeah, okay, so it's specific iterations of turn-based combat. That's interesting. Okay. I hate YouTubers' opinions. The worst opinions are from these minor that feel the necessity to cry over about something for. So, okay, GPT, you have hit. I love Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, it's actually probably my favorite Final Fantasy. Is it my favorite? That's tough. I really like Final Fantasy Tactics. I can say that for sure. So, GPT, I am looking at getting into this space. So, I've been a viewer for a long time. And now I am looking at becoming one of the fold. I'm becoming indoctrinated into the ways of the YouTube video essayist. And a question that I had to ask myself, a question that I had to get very serious about when considering what kind of YouTuber do I want to be. I want to be a YouTuber that provides value. I want people to be better coming out the other end of my video. So, that might end up putting me in a situation where I say something negative about a game. But, here's the thing, folks. Nothing is 100% bad. Nothing is 100% good. We live in a world that is full of imperfections. And I think that an issue with a YouTube essayist is that they latch on to black and white thinking. Dragon Age Veilguard is bad, period. Well, no, it did this well, but, you know, it missed here, and being able to speak with some nuance is so important. And anyone who tries to speak with nuance now said, well, you stand for nothing. No, I stand for a moderate approach. I stand for meeting the game in the middle and recognizing what good it does, what bad it does, and why it is a worthwhile play. Because most games, even if they're a bad game, are frankly worth playing. You should play most games. And not because all games are... You should play most games in order to give yourself an opinion. How can I respect your opinion when you have done nothing? You've had no experience. You've played nothing. You've read nothing. You've watched nothing. You have done nothing. Why do I respect your opinion? Right? I'm going to play Dragon Age Veilguard even though I think it's an incredibly flawed game. Because I need to play it to have an opinion. It's as simple as that. And even if I think it's a bad game, I'm willing to play it to give myself that nuanced opinion. I think that's super, super important. Now, there are certain like, for example, Star Wars, the new Star Wars. I don't watch any contemporary Star Wars. Because at this point, I don't feel I need to. I have my opinions on the Disney purchase, and that is all I ever talk about. I do not talk about the new stuff coming out because I have not watched it. Now, if I have watched anything, that I can talk about. But I cannot speak with nuance on The Rise of Skywalker because I haven't watched The Rise of Skywalker. Right? Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is really good. Okay, so I hate to do this, guys. We are at our allotted time. We are nearing the 4-hour mark, and I do want to get you guys out of here before ads drop. So, with that said, our time in the game library has once again drawn to a close. My friends, we're gonna snooze ads because I need time to say what I want to say. So we're gonna save our game in Daggerfall so we don't lose it. I just want to say that the support. So for those of you who are new to the community, who have just stepped in, rated, whatever, I was gone for a week. I took a vacation. I decided that during that vacation, I was not going to stream. I was truly going to take a week to just get away from it all. And in the back of a streamer's mind, especially a streamer who is trying to become a full-time content creator, I think it is incredibly important for me to acknowledge that I was a little afraid that and sorry, I'm multitasking a little bit. Okay, we're good. So I was a little bit afraid that a little bit of viewership would die off, that people would forget about me. And I get that's weird, but a week is a long time in terms of the internet. Dev, if you're heading out, I just want to thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate your contributions to this community. and for being my resident Daggerfall expert. I really, really appreciate it, and be well. So, again, I had that little bit of fear, and I came into the stream with a lot of excitement, a lot of apprehension, and I could not have asked for a better welcome to the stream. You guys, the outpouring of support was insane. All the gifted subs, all the raids, I felt the exact same way when I took my honeymoon with my husband, so I empathize. Yeah, I think every content creator can, especially ones that are trying to grow to the point where they can go full-time. Definitely the case, yeah. But you guys have shown me that this community is bigger than that stuff. This community is strong, and we've built something here that... Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha, Dev. But this community can weather storms, and this community... We are important to each other. And that is something... Genuine human connection is being formed here, and I was seeing it on the Discord while I was off. I was seeing you guys shooting the shit, posting on the Discord, sharing memes, hanging out, and guys, it makes me emotional in the best way. So I thank you for being here and being awesome. I can't really say it any other way. Now, I'm running out of snoozes, so I will say this. If you've enjoyed what you have seen today, all the links can be found on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and of course Discord. I am now also on Ko-fi if you would like to support me more directly, and I also have a Fourth Wall merch store that is, pardon me, slapping my mic. I have a Fourth Wall merch store. If you like my little logo down here, you can purchase shirts, mugs, hats, anything your heart desires. That is, without paying the piper, that is the single best way that you can support me as a content creator and support my goals as a content creator. So, I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for making this a really, really fun return stream. Books, you are a great friend to us and we appreciate you. Honestly, if it wasn't for you being awesome, this community wouldn't have grown like it has. I appreciate Melly, like, bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so my YouTube friends, please like and subscribe. It really helps grow the channel. And for those of us on Twitch, please consider dropping a follow. And any of the socials that are outside of YouTube and Twitch, please consider dropping a follow. And hop into the Discord, my friends. It is linked in the channel. It really, really does help out. And we have a good time on the Discord as well. So, that is goodbye, YouTube. We are now looking for a raid on Twitch, and unfortunately, my friends, you cannot join us. So let us see which one of our friends is currently streaming. I don't think I have dropped Tuna a raid before. Okay, so my buddy, False Tuna, he is a fellow Hound of Lore, and I think I'm lucky enough to call him my friend at this point. He has a magnificent mustache that will change your life. We will now hop into his stream and share some of the love that we have generated within our community today. So, again, thank you so much for being here. We're going to start the raid. If you are not subscribed, there is your raid message, and if you are subscribed, there is your raid message. Hell, he's already making me jealous. What's facial hair? Oh, geez, I got that wrong. There we go. All right. So, with that, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all once again. I ask that you be well, and I'll see you on the next one.